38.
38. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill.
Tax procedure.
No. Sorry?
Tax procedure.
Oh, the bill titled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2021 be read the first time.
If the certificate is available, it should be sent to the Committee on Finance.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2021. 39. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I move that the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill 2021 be read the first time.
Remember, the certificate is available, sent to the Commission on Finance Planning.
The Tobacco Control Amendment Bill 2021. 310. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Act Amendment Bill 2021 be read the first time.
If the certificate is available, it is sent to the Committee on Finance Planning and Development.
The Traffic and Road Safety Act Amendment Bill 2021. 311. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I move that the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the first time.
Remember, the certificate is available, sent to the Committee on Finance Planning and Economic Development.
The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021. 312.
312.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Appropriation Bill 2021 be read the first time.
Remember, if the certificate is available, it's also sent to the Committee on Finance Planning and Economic Development.
The Appropriation Bill 2021. Item number 4 on the order paper. Statement by Minister on the status of fulfillment of government's obligations to former heads of state as stipulated in the emoluments of the President, Vice President, and Prime Minister Act 2010.
Honourable members, relating to the revenue bills presented here, I just want to remind the Chair and members of the Finance Committee that time is of essence and would like to complete the budget process as quickly as possible. So please ban the midnight oil. Thank you. Item 4, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I hereby present a statement from our ministry on the status of fulfillment of government's obligations to former heads of state as stipulated in the emoluments of the President, Vice President, and Prime Minister Act 2010. Right Honourable Speaker and members, on Thursday, 14th March 2011, on the floor of Parliament, Honourable Uganda MP Kira Municipality raised a concern over failure by government to operationalize the emoluments of the President, Vice President, and Prime Minister's Act 2010, and failure by government to return the properties belonging to the family of late Idi Amin Dada, including Plot 10 on Prince Charles Drive, Kololo. On the same note, Right Honourable, yesterday, Honourable Fred Triamhweza, MP Rujumbura County, Ukonjiri, moved a motion under Rule 55 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, requesting government to pay emoluments totaling to 4.5 billion shillings to former members of the Presidential Commission who had a shared presidency by considering Section 3 of the Parliament, that is the Remuneration of Members Act 259, through a resolution of Parliament each financial year. My minister was directed to report to the House in that regard, Madam Speaker. And we wish to state as follows. The emoluments of the President, Vice President, and Prime Minister's Act 2010 commenced on 8th October 2010, and it's an act which aims at providing for the salaries, allowances, and other benefits of a President, Vice President, and Prime Minister in accordance with Articles 106, 109, and 108A of the Constitution. And this was to repeal and replace the Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act, CAP 263, and for other related matters. Right Honorable Speaker, the benefits of the President ceasing to hold office. A President who ceases to hold office otherwise than by being removed under Article 107(1) A or B of the Constitution shall be granted the benefits specified in the 5th schedule of this Act. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I wish to report that the 1995 Uganda Constitution is what the Act refers to, and therefore the emoluments of the former heads of state are not covered by the Act. The Ministry of Public Service continues to process the emoluments for the rest of the former leaders as stipulated in the Act, as well as those indicated in Act 259. I wish to inform you that on the 16th December 2009, the second Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Public Service presented to Cabinet proposals for payment of retirement benefits to former presidents, vice presidents, prime ministers, speakers, and deputy speakers of parliament. Under Minute 581, CT 2095, Cabinet deferred the proposal and instead advised that the President issues his directive to extend ex gratia payments to all former leaders whose retirement benefits were not previously legislated for. Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President directed that former presidents be paid a one-off ex gratia payment of 1 billion shillings each and 333 million for the 3 titular heads under the Presidential Commission that had a shared presidency comprising of Justice Paul Anyamuchoncho, RIP, Justice Saulo Musoke, RIP, and Yoweri Hunter Wacha Orwol, RIP. The list of other former leaders covered under presidential directive, Right Honorable, is attached, and I will go to it. And I wish members to go through that list. Under the category of former presidents, that's at the back of the statement. We have number 1, the late Sir Edward Mutesa, who got 1 billion. The late Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, his estate got 1 billion. The late Idi Amin Dada got 1 billion. Late Yusuf Kironde Rule got 1 billion. The late Godfrey Lukongwa Binaisa got 1 billion. Late Justice Saulo Musoke got 333 million. Late Yoweri Hunter Wacha Orwol got 333 million. The late Justice P. Nyamuchoncho got 333 million. The late Okello Rutwa estate got 1 billion. The former vice presidents included late W.W. Nadiope, the estate got 400 million. Late Vaviha, they got 400 million. Late Wilson Gadi Toko, they got 400 million. Late Dr. Samson Kiseka, they got 400 million. Late Paulo Mwanga, they got 400 million. I want to speak on the former Prime Ministers, late Engineer Abraham Waligo got 200 million, late George Cosmas Adiebo got 200 million, the late Eric Otema Limadi got 200 million, and Right Honorable Kintu Musoke got 200. On the former speakers, Butajira Francis got 350 million, the late Wapakaburu's estate got 350 million, the late Francis Ayume's estate got 350 million too. The former Deputy Speaker of Parliament, late Betty Okwit's estate, got 300 million, and Alhaji Moses Kigongo got 300 million. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to bring to your attention that ex gratia payments to the estate of former President late Idi Amin Dada and Godfrey Lukongwa Binaisa were paid to the office of the Administrator General under the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for further management due to a lack of harmony in the families. On the issue of failure by government to return the properties belonging to the family of late Idi Amin Dada, including Plot 10 on Prince Charles Drive, Kololo, the matter is outside the mandate of the Ministry of Public Service, and I wish to guide that Ministry of Lands and Urban Development intervenes in addressing this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I'd like to inform the House that it's not true that government had unfulfilled obligations under the emoluments of the President, Vice President, and the Prime Minister's Act 2010. I would like to bring to your attention the fact that government, after fulfilling its obligations on compensations whatsoever, does not carry out tracer studies to assess the impact of the payments to the beneficiaries, be it ex gratia, pension, war claimants, and whatever kind of compensation compensation to claimants. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, yes, Honorable Minister, we wanted to know about the house for Mrs. Amin. You mentioned it, but you haven't told us whether she has got it back. Okay, Achon, Amacho, and Bakabudindi. Then Sebagal.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honorable ministers. The clarification I wanted to seek, honorable minister and honorable speaker, among all the states or the former state being read, former Milton Obote led this country twice. Does it mean that it's going to be paid once or twice? The reason why I ask, in sports, they pay you depend how many times you broke the world record. Either 10 times, 2 times. That's the clarification I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the minister, at least now you're giving us the information. By my concern, His Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, Edward Sikandi, was the former Deputy Speaker of this House. And he was the former Speaker of this House. In the list of the people you have given the money, I've heard Chintu Musoke and others, but I have not heard his name. What explanation are you giving? Because those were 2 different chairs, capacities of which he has to be paid his money. And when time comes, you also pay for his being His Excellency the Vice President. Thank you.
Also, Honorable Minister, the late Alex Waivale was a Speaker and Deputy Speaker. I also don't see his name here. No, Macho?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his submission. Madam Speaker, the minister in his submission talked about his docket not having authority to comment about the properties of the president he mentioned here. But Madam Speaker, we see properties of those presidents are really affecting the political atmosphere of this country. I therefore request that the minister should not run away from it, because it is good issues to be settled at a go. My party in the National Resistance Movement, I believe it performed not very well in the central region in Uganda, because they keep demanding their properties all the time. They're demanding land, they're demanding the district headquarters that we are using, which they call Amagombola in Uganda. And recently I heard also His Highness, the Chabazingo of Busoga, demanding for his properties. I therefore believe and request the government that it is high time we come out with a solution on this matter, and government should make a statement on this so that we settle it once and for all, that this time that we're gonna be sworn in as a new government, we begin at a new pace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. It was, okay. Honorable Gwar, Sabagara, Gonzaga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm also seeking clarification. I know that Joseph Ekemo was also once deputy speaker, and I've not heard his name. So can I be clarified on that issue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for giving this statement. However, let me advise him that whenever you are citing a constitution, give some articles of the constitution in your report. That's why you have legal departments in the ministry sometimes. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, in the third paragraph, he says, I think third paragraph fourth, right, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President directed that former presidents be paid a one-off ex gratia payment of 1 billion shillings each, 300 million, staggering. Can you answer me, Honorable Minister, as you look at me? Do you expect Mr. Museveni will get an ex gratia of the same, and it will be one-off? These presidents, right, Honorable Speaker, never left the power because they wanted. They were overthrown. And indeed, when they were brought in, when we talk about Nyamuchoncho, the other three, because I've taught them in schools, they were brought at a very critical time when problems were escalating in the country under political issues. Now, if they came in, offer their service, and you cannot pay them diligently, you are not fair. Right, Honorable Speaker, let us stop this habit of looking at those people who left power or offices, and we look at them as people who are not useful after their service. So, Honorable Minister, can you answer me? The president has ruled for 35 years, coming to 40. Do you think we also get a one-off, or there's something must prepare? If there's anything you want to amend, you tell us. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I think we as Parliament, honorable members, we must come out, make our law, pass it, and give them their money. Benefits of these people are not, some of them are not the ones going to get the benefits from them, but it's their children. And their children are there. During that time, maybe those children were not studying. Maybe they were suffering. Maybe they were in exile because of their fathers who are trying to solve problems in this country. So let us not underrate by just writing a small report, the 1995 Constitution, and you are not quoting the articles of the Constitution that are not mentioning these people. So, Honorable Speaker, I pray that with your wisdom, kindly let us come out with a position. If there's any legislation not put in place, we do it and we pay these people, they enjoy their lives. Some of them are about to die, others died. I was in where they buried the late Milton Obote, no speaker. You can cry.
Commission, Honorable Asman.
Very much, Honorable Sewungu. Right now, Speaker, the information I want to give is that actually this parliament does not have a law to cater for former presidents, vice presidents, the speakers, no, outside the 1995 Constitution. When Parliament was considering the emoluments and benefits of leaders, it only envisaged those under the 1995 Constitution. That's why the minister is talking about the president directing ex gratia payments. So it's up to the goodwill of the president. That's why he determines that it is 1,300,000,000 just out of the goodwill. And that's why, right on Speaker, the late Waibale is outside that list. So it's outside the goodwill of the president. So the information I want to give is that actually there is no law that provides for former presidents, vice presidents, and speakers outside the 1995 Constitution. The 2010 law is very selective and exclusive. It's not inclusive.
As I conclude, I think, Honorable Basara, thank you for that. I was in this very bad right of meet on Obote, Kakokoro. Sincerely, no Speaker, when you get there, the graves are full of grass. And this is a man who naturally the president who has been here for 30 years. But the place is so bad, they never even tarmacked the road, yet they were supposed to look after it. Look at yourself, Honorable Minister of Public Service. You are here. You are going to leave this place. Don't you have some payments after from your savings, and you will be enjoying after, even if you lose, even if you won? So look at that as a matter of concern, and don't just tell us about the president. The president, use your authority as a Minister of Public Service. You are not a mere minister. You are a Minister of Public Service. That's why you took an oath, and that's why you came to the Appointments Committee. Don't just wait for the president to tell you, ex gratia, now I will give you. If you don't, you want them to go and sing in front of the president. We love you so much. We are here for you. They sing a Catholic song. Then afterwards, they give them their payments. We cannot accept that right now, Speaker. Let us fight this as members of Parliament. We pay these people, and heaven will see us getting at the right hand of the Father if at all we do this for these people. Other than coming here and telling us lies every day, and you continue using them to win votes. Thank you right now, Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I think that it is time we address this issue comprehensively. When I look at this list, all the 5 presidents were violently removed. They had no time to end their tenure. Probably there were no terms for their settlement. But I think that it is now time for us to make a law for posterity. We shouldn't depend on ex gratia payments. Let's look at it comprehensively and address the leaders who have been here doing work for this country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 2 issues. One, I've heard the minister reading the list, especially the former prime ministers, and others are given 300 million, others are given less. I don't know what was the criteria of giving others more and giving others less. Secondly, Madam Speaker, he has said that for the case of former President Idi Amin Dada, that the money was sent to Administrator General. I don't know whether the minister took time to find out whether it was distributed equally. And in any case, Madam Speaker, for us, Idi Amin, as a former president and a Muslim, had many spouses, as the religion allows. I don't know how the minister, when he was sending that money, or that was in his mind that the money he's sending is going to be shared by some spouses that were former first ladies. Madam Speaker, what we must really get to know from the minister, when Honorable Semuju brought up an issue of Madina Amin, that he is really living in a very, 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 very poor state, simply because the government is not looking after them. I talked to her just a while ago. They had houses in Kawempe constituency, Kawempe North,
But up to now, their houses were occupied. They have not been given to them. And in fact, they had even a presidential directive that let these houses go back to the family of late Idi Amin, and even the house of Kololo, and they have not done so. Madam Speaker, I would request through you that these, especially the spouses, because if the money is being sent, not only to Idi Amin for Idi Amin, but even to others, how sure are the spouses that the spouses are catered for in as far as distribution of this money is concerned, Madam Speaker?
Okay. Minister, any closing remarks? Oh, no, Kefa. No, Kefa, Chwan.
Madam Speaker, as we talk about our former leaders, there is another group of leaders who are here and they did a lot of work for this country, and these are our former MPs. And okay, I was in AGM recently, the AGM of our pension fund. And some people were saying, some of the former MPs were saying that the pension they are getting is not even enough to pay their transport for them traveling here and back to where they were coming from. And I understand there's been a move to have that increased. I'm sure as they listen to us talking about paying the former leaders, they'll also be asking what is happening with the increment of their pension, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I think Minister, please answer and then we can conclude this issue.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to appreciate the concerns from colleagues. On the issue of His Excellency the Vice President, he's catered for under the emoluments of the President, Vice President, and the Prime Minister's Act of 2010. On the issue of Alex Waivale and Joseph Ekemu, I'll cross-check and see if they were erroneously missed from the list presented, or if indeed they missed on the ex gratia. On the issue of properties.
Information. I would like to let you know that Rugumayo is still alive. He was the Speaker of the National Consultative Council. So in case you have also left the name out, maybe you have to consider adding him on. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, Honorable Cecilia. I will also check on that record. On the issue of properties of former leaders, I was very clear that our ministry is not authoritative enough, and I would request the Minister of Lands, Housing and the Urban Development to give a statement on that. And on the Honorable Seungu asked whether indeed the President will also get a one-off. That's the law, and the law is the Presidential Vice President and Prime Minister's Remuneration Act of 2010, and I can confirm he will also get his emoluments under that law. Honorable Sadua, I agree with you that indeed we need to have a law, because there is no clear law outside the 1995 Constitution to cater for these past leaders. But I also want to add that indeed the President went out of his way. He listened to the concerns and gave out that ex gratia payment in the absence of the law. Honorable Sarah Gala talked about the criteria of giving others and others being left out. And
Clarification? Unaweka Mlindi.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker and my colleague, the Minister, for giving way. But whatever we're talking here is put on record. So I expect my colleague, the Minister, when he's answering, to be clear of what he's answering. My question was, I am aware about the law that caters for the former vice presidents and prime minister. But I'm saying when he was the deputy speaker and speaker, why are you not mentioning it? Like Honorable Speaker, you were once a deputy speaker, and I expect you to get your emolument as a deputy speaker. Yes, so when you are, if you are to set up a principle, it must be clear, and that's why I want you to be clear to us. Are you forgetting that because somebody was a former speaker or deputy speaker, and now is the vice president, so he should forfeit the benefits of those chairs? Can you clarify on that?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I listened to the list that was read, but there are common names I didn't speak. I am happy the Honorable Cecilia has raised one of the former speakers from our area, but I didn't hear the Right Honorable Nsibambi on the list as a former Prime Minister, the former Vice President, His Excellency of Kenya. We would be happy to know if they are catered for otherwise, or it is one comprehensive list that was read. Thank you.
Please conclude, Honourable Minister.
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the issue of Honorable Baba Sagaba, this was clear that we said, for example, the late Professor Apollo Nsibambi was catered for under the 2000, the remuneration of presidents, vice presidents, and prime ministers Act of 2010. That is a law which stands or caters for such categories. Honorable Sevagala asked why are others getting small or little and others are getting more. Well, when you are giving these payments, of course, it is commensurate with the office. The president got 1 billion, and the speakers, the vice president got 400, the speakers got 350, and that was the wisdom of the office bearers by that time. Whether it was distributed equally, I think this can be, the authority here is the Office of the Administrator General, but I don't dispute the capacity of the Administrator General because this is an area which they handle best. Honorable Kefa talked about the parliamentary committee, the former MPs. I think that one falls under the jurisdiction of the Parliamentary Commission, and it is within our hands as Parliament. The last one is Honorable Baka insisting that we have former, for example, the Vice President
comes and updates us on the issue of plot number 10, Prince Charles Drive, Kololo, the home of the late President Idi Amin Dada. And the properties in Kawempe belong to the same family. Let's do that on Thursday after Easter. Thank you. Now, honour members, as I was sitting here, received some sad news about a friend who has died. The Honorable Paul Koinange, Member of Parliament for Kiamba constituency in Kenya, is the chairperson of the Kenya Parliamentary Prayer Breakfast, who succumbed to the coronavirus yesterday in Nairobi. Would like to send our condolences as the Uganda Parliament and the Uganda Parliamentary Prayer Breakfast Fellowship, and to say that we remember him because he greatly inspired us in his work towards peace, unity, and stability for the Republic of Kenya. And we were witnesses to his work as he served as the chairperson of the Kenya National Prayer Breakfast, as well as the Kenya National Assembly, Department Committee on Administration, National Security, and other parliamentary committees. We send our condolences to his family, his friends, the relatives, his in-laws, the constituents in Kiamba, the well-wishers, and the National Assembly of Kenya and the people of Kenya. Let me invite members to stand up for 1 minute of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Item 5.
Item 5 on the order paper, laying of papers. 5.1.
Minister of Local Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the Local Government Finance Commission Annual Performance Report 2019-2020.
Members sent to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government for perusal and report back.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the Local Government Finance Commission Annual Performance Report 2018-2019. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay Local Government Finance Commission Annual Performance Report 2017-2018. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, honourable members said they are sent to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government for perusal and report back. Now, honourable members, sorry, in the beginning we did not inform you about the death of another enterprising Ugandan, the late Haji Moses Katongole, who was very, very key in the transport in this country under Utoda. He made a big contribution. He also died of coronavirus the day before yesterday. Let me invite you again to stand up for 1 minute of silence.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Item 5.2. Okay.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay a report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Condolences Fund for the year ended 30th June 2019.
Contingencies.
Contingencies Fund, sorry.
Sent to the Committee of Public Accounts, Commission Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises.
5.3.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the contingencies fund for the year ended 30th June 2019. I beg to lay a report of the Auditor General on the financial statement, National Population Council for the year ended 30th June 2020. Auditor General on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Broadcasting Corporation UBC for the year ended 30th June 2020. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Property Holdings Limited for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Tourism Board for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Nile Hotel International Limited for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Departed Asians Property Custodian Board for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Industrial Research Institute for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the contingencies fund for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Revenue Authority Revenue Collection Account for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for the year ended 30th June 2020. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for the year ended 30th June 2020. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for the year ended 30th June 2020. And the report of the Auditor General on the consolidated financial statements of the Government of the Republic of Uganda for the year ended 30th June 2020. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay.
The reports from item 5.3, 1 to 10 will be sent to the Committee of Public Accounts, Commission Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises for perusal and report back. The items from item 5.3, 11 to 14 will go to the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statements, consolidated financial statements of the government will similarly go to the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government. Thank you very much. Item 6.
Item
Yes.
5.
What rule? No.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for first allowing me to come and produce my procedural point here. And before I mention the rule, I would like to first remind the House that 3 weeks ago, I stood here and asked a simple question, the Minister of State for Finance, but today I see the Minister is here and the technical bench is also full. And I informed the House that in this running year, 2020-2021, Parliament passed a budget that included an allocation to the Ministry of Works of 47 billion shillings to buy road equipment for 15 districts, among which is Kasanda, Rampara, Bugweri, Nabiratuk, Chikube, among others. And to date, the money has not been released to the Ministry of Works, despite the fact that the procurement processes have been completed. Madam Speaker, the contracts have been signed, but the money has not been availed. Madam Speaker, today we are privileged to see the Honorable Kasaija, who we haven't seen for a long time. And members agree, we usually have Honorable Bahati. At that time, Honorable Bahati said he didn't have information. But today the Honorable Kasaija is here, and I see one of the senior people is available on the technical bench. So I was wondering and asking Madam Speaker whether we are proceeding well. When I look at the order paper, the issue is not there, but the people concerned are all here, and they may proceed to discuss other business if the minister had promised us to come back the next day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, Honourable members, let us go to item 5.5. Then after we can handle that issue of the money you're talking about.
Item 5.5 on the order paper.
Minister of Finance, we shall not allow him to run.
Madam Speaker, according to the order paper in front of me, I see item 6. I don't see item 5. So can I assume that I go to what is marked here as item 6, Madam Speaker? I'm seeking your guidance.
We are inviting you to deal with the Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act.
Oh, okay. So the documents have been mixed up. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I want to lay on the floor of Parliament the draft estimates book for financial 21-22, volume number 1, central government votes, volume number 2, local government votes, volume number 3, state-owned enterprises and public corporations, and volume number 4, program estimates. I beg to lay, Madam. Can I proceed?
It's a long list. There are more than 15 items.
No. I wish to lay before Parliament the certificate of compliance of the budget for financial 2020-21 with the National Development Plan. It's right here. Madam Speaker, I wish to lay before the floor of Parliament the list of accounting officers for year 2021-2022. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay
before Parliament, statement of tax expenditure of government for financial year 2021-2022. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I want to lay on the floor of Parliament budgets for self-accounting departments, commissions, and organizations set up under the Constitution and the opinion of government on these budgets. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay on the table of this Parliament a statement of multi-year commitments of government for financial 2021, 2022, 2025, 2026. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay on the floor of this Parliament a statement on the budget by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, attesting to the reliability and the completeness of the budget. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay on the floor of this Parliament a certificate of gender and equity compliance of the budget for financial 21-22. Madam Speaker, I wish to lay plans for external financing of the budget, borrowing, and grants. Madam Speaker, I want to lay on the floor of Parliament a plan of the guarantees to be issued in financial 2020-21. Madam Speaker, I wish to lay on the floor of Parliament half-year government of Uganda budget performance report for the financial year 2020-2021. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay on the floor of Parliament the Treasury Memorandum. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I also want to lay money is recovered as a result of the recommendation of the report of the Auditor General. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay on the floor of Parliament a performance of projects for financial year 2020-2021. And lastly, Madam Speaker and colleagues, I wish to lay on the floor of this Parliament a plan for the investment of the government assets. I wish to lay.
Honourable members, earlier I had sent the appropriation bill to the Finance Committee inadvertently. I now withdraw it and send it to the Budget Committee. And all these that the Minister of Finance has laid will go to the Budget Committee for perusal and report back. However, I want to inform the Minister of Finance that what you call a treasury memorandum is only a status of the treasury memoranda. It is not the memorandum itself. So in the future, please bring the actual treasury memorandum. What you have is the status. Thank you.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I watched the minister reading all those his documents. I'd not seen him lay them, and probably this gentleman, these are the documents he's supplying. But I'd not seen him lay any document, he was just reading.
The documents, those are the heaps of documents which I've wrote. Minister, come and symbolically lay them.
I hear by way.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I beg on the table the documents that I have read and which are in my hands here. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Now, Order Minister, concerning the issue of the road equipment, On 17th March, the Honorable Mr. Bahati had undertaken to work with the Ministry of Works on this issue. I don't know whether it has been done. The issue of the road equipment raised by Honorable Member for Bukuya.
Madam Speaker, as he comes to respond to it, maybe they respond together. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance should have also stated the Treasury Memorandum for which years. I didn't hear the years, so you should have stated because you left it open-ended. I know it's always for a financial. Madam Speaker, related to this, Madam Speaker, we raised this matter 2 weeks ago. We passed a supplementary budget to the effect that for the financing of the cities. But up to today, Madam Speaker, the cities have not received the money. I can speak categorically for Soroti because I don't think others have received, and it's only Soroti. Madam Speaker, Honorable Bahati had promised to give a report on Tuesday this week, even when we asked him in the Committee of National Economy. But up to date, Madam Speaker, despite so many months since we passed the money for the cities cannot operate. The money has not been released to the cities. What is the problem? Where is the problem? And how do you expect these cities to operate? Secondly, it was the issue of the law for the operations of the cities. But the most serious one is the issue why the money that we passed in the supplementary schedule that you presented here has not reached the cities.
You can see, Minister, how popular you are. Yes.
Further, Right Honorable Speaker, now that the Minister of Finance is here, maybe could also clarify to us the progress made towards paying the South Sudan grain traders. The Parliament passed a resolution, Parliament passed supplementary budget for the payment of 10 companies and additional 23 companies. Can we be also updated about the progress made towards the payment of the South Sudan grain traders? Thank you.
Were they grain traders or just traders?
Madam Speaker, will respond to one issue, then the Honorable Minister will respond to others. The issue I want to respond to is the road equipment for Kasanda, for 15 districts. They were budgeted for in financial year 2019-20. They were budgeted for 2019-20. And because of the difficulties all of us know of COVID, of revenue, we did not raise the money to finance that activity. In 2020-2021, we did not budget for them. So it's an issue that we are going to discuss with the Ministry of Works and see how to finance this expenditure in the following years. Thank you. Okay.
So, Honourable Minister, thank you so much for that response. Honourable Minister, you are aware that these districts were created in 2018, and you have been supplying money for roads. The road fund has been providing money for roads. And every other time, Honourable Minister, we are here requesting for these machines, road equipment. All districts, because we came to a point where the Right Honourable Speaker begged that the districts should borrow from nearby districts. But Right Honourable Speaker, when we tried that, it never worked because other districts are busy working with their machines. So, Right Honourable Speaker, you're left with these districts, they were created, and one of the immediate impact of any new district that can be created is people to see that they are passing in good roads. The Honourable Minister is here. 2018 money was provided, 2018, 2019. That money never, they were never procured. We are in 2020, 2021, Right Honourable Speaker, and the Minister of Works keeps telling us that, we've already made the order for these machines. And every other time we keep telling people that the machines are coming soon. Right Honourable Speaker, I want the Minister to clarify on how they expect or they are
how they expect these districts to operate without road equipment.
Further clarification? No, Speaker,
That's the last one.
The last one. I want to thank the minister, but I think we should avoid using COVID as a scapegoat for failure of government performance in some budgeted areas. First of all, no, Speaker, a number of things were halted, including travels, and you remember even me, I took back there 20 million for the maize, the one you gave me to go and cater for my constituency for that. So many activities stalled. Even your vehicles in the ministry, Honorable Minister Kasaija, we are not moving. So you cannot come here and tell us that because of COVID, you will not release money for this particular activity. There are a lot of activities that never took place. Where did that money go to? Have catered for those. And where do you put priority? Do you put it on other areas? Already you can tell me you are bringing 95 members of parliament. 90 new members, meaning that you have money. You cannot give an excuse for this particular event because there was no money. Money is there, and that's what you have always claimed. So let us not mislead people. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just one point. Madam Speaker, I beg to disagree with the Honorable Bahati. I usually come here with my facts. I rarely come to talk on the microphone. This running financial year, we approved that. We can consult the Honorable Golobi. We can consult the Honorable Secretary, the respective chairs. The money was approved. We've been following it for 2020, 2021. And they followed with Minister of Works. They even looked at the IPFs. They proceeded with the procurement process. They stopped at signing contracts. And Minister of Finance has refused to release that money. It is not 2019, 2020. Madam Speaker, we can give it time and we check in the records and we see whether Honorable Bahati is not telling lies. And he's supposed to be a good Christian. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Madam Speaker, the information we have, unless the Honorable Chair of Harris is referring to another treasury, but the Treasury of Uganda did not capture that one in this financial year, but we can cross-check those figures. And actually the reason why they said we are not going forward to procure is because there is no money in the budget. If there was money in the budget, you don't have to first release it to be able to procure. So that's the reason. But the fact is, according from our records, that money was not appropriated for 2021.
Okay, honourable members, I think we shall ask our budget office to check the records.
Yes.
And when we resume after Easter, we'll table them. Okay, item 6.
Item 6 on the
Oh, money for the cities. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I've just received information that the money for the cities has just been released in this quarter. You know, we've started a new quarter now. We release the money quarterly. So the cities have been lucky that the fourth quarter, which is we started today, the money has been released. The reason why this money
What's the point of it?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm at pain raising a point of order against the senior minister and the colleague. Right, Honourable Speaker, we know that these ministers are put in the ministries to oversee all the activities taking place in the ministry in the interests of Ugandans. Here we are, we have been asking for this money for almost from this December. And generally, as usual, the minister has appeared once in a while and it might take another 3 months without appearing, based on his own decisions. But here we are asking a very pertinent issue, and the minister is saying that he's just receiving information right now. However, while I was watching him, he has not got any paper from somewhere. He has not looked at his phone. Is he really in order to tell this house a misleading information? How he has got money, yet today is a fool's day.
No.
Yes, because Madam Speaker, cameras can bear me out. The minister is seated there. Nobody has come to him. He has not got anything in the house, but he says he has just got information and is not narrating who has given him that information. Is it in order for a senior minister on a fool's day like this one to mislead this house?
Honour members,
he might be forgetting the time.
The Fool's Day ends at midday. And I think the minister has the capacity to get the information.
Madam Speaker, I thought the essence is that the money is available. But I've been informed, the Honorable here, I've got one. Now, one other point that I would like to...
Allow the minister.
Why don't you allow me to make my
Please,
statement?
no, on the issue of cities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we approved the cities. And several cities came up and they were approved. But when it came to sending money to the cities, Madam Speaker, we don't know the criteria under which money was sent to the different cities. Other cities are receiving meager amount of money and others are receiving so much money, Madam Speaker. A case in point is a Lira city receiving all about 14 compared to Gulo. Madam Speaker, through you, I want to know from the minister, what criteria did the ministry use to allocate money to the upcoming cities? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on that question, there are various parameters that when we are budgeting, and indeed most of these budgets they originate from the spending agencies, Madam Speaker. But I will go back next week when I come back here to tell you why city so and so we have given them this money, and so city so has been given that money. No, I will come back. Let me come back next week.
Yeah, okay.
Now, let me make a point here, colleagues, so that when we are talking about money and releasing money, you do understand me. We operate a cash budget. I faced a very hard time in one of the committees here. Kashaija, you come here, you ask us for supplementary, we pass them. But then you do not release the money 1-2 months before, after. Now, I operate a cash budget. I cannot send air. So if the treasury, either because of tax collections, if the money coming from the tax revenue people is not sufficient, or I have not effected a borrowing, then I can't release. But as soon as I release, the money is in the budget, is in the kitty, we definitely release the money. So I thought I should make this point so that we do not really misunderstand each other. If we release the money, it is not because we want to really make anybody frustrated. It's simply because at times the treasury does not have that money. So we wait either to get money from the revenue authority people, or if there is a borrowing, that borrowing has come in, then we release the money.
Honour members, let us go to the item 6. Let's go to item 6.
Item 6 on the order paper, bills, second reading, the Employment Amendment Bill 2019.
Honourable Kunhira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Bill 2019 be read for the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded. Justify.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the bill that is before you today has the objectives that include, among others, provide for regulation of domestic workers and casual workers, provide for recruitment of migrant workers, among others. Madam Speaker, this bill considers categories of workers whose rights and working conditions are not expressly recognized and provided for in the Act. And these include domestic workers, casual workers, and other rights for the members. Madam Speaker, most employers in the private sector have resorted to casualization of labor, and because Ugandans are desperate, they have continuously worked for many years, but working as casuals where they lose out on everything. Madam Speaker, the bill also provides for protection of breastfeeding working mothers. The government has put a lot of efforts to promote nutrition and care, and it has put in place a policy on infant and young child feeding by the Ministry of Health. But the working mothers find it difficult to breastfeed exclusively because they are only entitled 60 working days. That means they have to leave their children back, to go back and start work. Madam Speaker, I would like to request that the House considers this bill. There are other small issues I'm sure the House is going to meet. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Can we hear a report from the committee? What rule, really?
I tried looking at the committee report on the iPad a while ago, and Right Honourable Speaker, it was not uploaded. I want the chair to confirm before he reads that it has been uploaded.
Proceed with the report.
Right Honourable Speaker and all members, I beg to present the reports of the Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development on the Employment Amendment Bill 2019. The Employment Amendment Bill 2019, herein referred to as the bill, was read for the first time on the 3rd December 2019 and referred to the Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development for consideration in accordance with Rule 128 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee considered the bill through consultation with stakeholders, hence the support. The Employment Act of 2006 and the legal regime in Uganda pertaining to labor, while progressive, did not cover several challenges in the fast-moving world, including the regulation of employment of domestic workers and migrant workers abroad, as well as the protection of the labor rights of breastfeeding mothers. The new bill, therefore, seeks to improve on the current labor laws and take into consideration, among others, the above changes in the socio-economic system governing labor rights in the country. Policy and principles of the bill. The object of the bill is to amend the Employment Act of 2006 to operationalize the provisions of Article 40 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda to all categories of workers in Uganda, specifically making provisions for the duration of employment of domestic workers in Uganda, provide for an explicit formula for calculation of severance pay, to provide for the recruitment and employment of Ugandan migrant workers abroad, to provide for the protection of working breastfeeding mothers, to require employers to put in place policies and facilities for breastfeeding mothers, to prohibit employment of persons as casual workers for more than 3 months with the same employer and provide for conversion of casual employment. Mr. Lord, the committee held consultative meetings
I think you can leave
and
that one.
received written submissions from several stakeholders.
You can leave that one. They can read. Members can read that. Go to your general observations.
Okay, fine. General observations on page 3. General observation on page 3. Regarding general observations, we try to examine the extent to which this bill complies with the provisions of the Constitution. Also, we try to determine the extent to which the bill aligns with the sustainable development goals and gender and equity. In our analysis, we note that this bill seeks to operationalize Article 40 of the Constitution and hence the promotion of rights of workers in this country. Therefore, it is in our considered opinion that this bill is in compliance with the provisions of the Constitution. We reviewed the bill and also noted that it complies with the provisions of sustainable development goals. Page 4, we reviewed the bill and came to a conclusion that it complies with the principles of gender equity, especially the requirement for the protection of breastfeeding mothers. Right, one speaker, may I come with specific observations? Page 4. On domestic workers, the committee observed that domestic work in general is one of the most common and traditional forms of work in Africa generally, and Uganda in particular, employing all categories of people, most of whom are young persons. However, the rights of domestic workers are not fully protected under the current labor laws. Therefore, this bill seeks to ensure that these rights are protected. Our specific recommendations are that the Employment Act be amended, protects and promotes the rights of domestic workers in this country. We are also recommending that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should enact regulations to operationalize the provisions on domestic workers as indicated in the Employment Amendment Bill. On page 5, we emphasize the requirements for protection of domestic, of breastfeeding mothers to be incorporated in this bill. And also for the Ministry of Gender to enact regulations on the implementation of the provisions on breastfeeding mothers. That one speaker, we consider the provision regarding casual workers. And the note on page 6 that the Employment Act be amended to expressly provide for the rights of casual workers to transition to term employees, as well as the duration of their contracts as casual workers before their transition into term employees. Our last recommendation is on page 6. The committee recommends that the Employment Act is amended to comprehensively protect the rights of both foreign and migrant workers in Uganda and migrant workers abroad. Right, Honourable Speaker. Before I read the report on table, I would like to mention that our amendments are attached to this report. The third amendments are attached to this report. Second, I'm very happy to report that these amendments have been agreed on with the minister responsible for labor, following very fruitful and cordial discussion. So we and the executive are on the same page in regard to these amendments. On behalf of the committee and on my own behalf, I gradually place on record our appreciation to the minister for the cooperation during the election. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the following documents. Minutes of several meetings during the consideration of the bill. Submission by Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies. Submission by Federation of Uganda Employers. Submission by National Organization of Trade Unions. Submission to the committee by the Platform for Action. Submission to the committee by Uganda Law Society. And this report, I beg to lay on the table.
Okay. Members, you've heard the report. You're free to comment.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report together with the recommendations. I beg to move.
Okay. Your comments on the members. Minister, you're coming in now. I think you need to. No, it's not his bill. He cannot withdraw. Let's hear a few comments first. Honorable Kainza, Honorable Shave, Kainza Ushave, Gonzaga, and Otieno. And Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, without a strong labor justice system, Uganda will not attain the aspirations of Vision 2040 and the Third National Development Plan. Amendment of the Employment Act, Madam Speaker, will also enable us as a country to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, Sustainable Development Goal 8. And my particular interest would be in target 8.5, which says that by 2030, we need to achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all men and women, including the young people, persons with disabilities, and equal pay for work of equal value by 2030. So, Madam Speaker, I thank the committee for highlighting particularly protection of breastfeeding mothers. We welcome the initiative. These mothers should be, I thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the breastfeeding center. So organizations which can should put in place breastfeeding centers, but there are also options. We can also have daily hours, daily breaks, those for the mothers who want to breastfeed. Or if not, that's the case, they can also let mothers leave home, they leave for home early. This will enable them to breastfeed their children. And this one we request, first has to be 3 months after the maternal, the annual leave, I mean the official leave, maternity leave. These are additional hours to enable our babies catch up with the nutrition, as the minister had, as the chairperson had stated. Madam Speaker, on the issues of sexual harassment, when you read the report, of course, they said people who, organizations are employing 25 people plus should be the ones to put in place these policies. But I think we also need to look at the numbers which are less than 25. How do we protect such persons? Because sexual harassment, and maybe on the issue of sexual harassment also, apart from the numbers, we should also extend it, not limit it to the premises of work, say this parliament building. It should also extend to the work of parliament or of an organization outside these premises. Sexual harassment, yes, it can take place during a workshop, during a field work. So the law should also cater for that. If that happened, if sexual harassment took place during work, say on a trip, on a training, on a social event, we should also have room for one to raise such a complaint. On the issue of migrant workers, welcome the idea, of course, of licensing of the companies, the recruitment companies. But my concern is on the issue of repatriation. When some of our daughters, some of our sons get abroad, we find that it's the employers who are supposed to repatriate them. But there should be also, this should not be left to the companies alone. We should also open it up so that as organizations, or even government, we should also participate in repatriation of these employees of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable members, as we discussed, I think we should talk about the repatriation of the dead people who have gone to work there. So it's a problem. They come to our offices looking for how they can bring their bodies back. Honorable Shabe, Gonzaga, then Otieno, and close the Ngom.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I want to begin by thanking the mover of the bill. Honorable Kunihira, thank you so much, because you have picked out the key matters that concern our workforce in the country. Thank you for representing them very well. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the at least approved much of the amendments. Right, Honorable Speaker, as a member of parliament, one time we visited one of the companies, Tembo Steels, and what the environment and in which these people work, the casual laborers, we found them working. It was very terrible. Many of them had burnt hands, they had burnt legs. Many of them were in a very terrible situation. And right, Honorable Speaker, this is the time when we are attracting as many investors as possible in the country. I think this law comes at an appropriate time to ensure that as the investors come, they want these casual laborers to work with them. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is our duty to protect these people. And once we have a law and these employers follow this law, right, Honorable Speaker, will achieve both the desired jobs, but also having decent jobs at the end of it all. Otherwise, right, Honorable Speaker, the casual laborers are overworked. They go to work at 6 a.m. They're supposed to have reported at 6 a.m. and they leave at 8 p.m. So when we ask the minister and the minister in the law that their rights must be protected, and by amending this act, I think we'll have done a great service, right, Honorable Speaker, to this parliament, because we normally see them, they go to work and they earn very little. I interacted with some of them and they tell you we earn 4,000, they earn 5,000 a day, and that's what they are paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, if the ministry picks interest and ensures that, yes, as you employ our workers, we agree we want the jobs, but they must be decent jobs, and the rights of our people must be respected. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the issue of repatriation of the dead. But right, Honorable Speaker, we so many times we've had on the floor of Parliament, in terms of the migrant workers, we've had situations where members of Parliament are coming to the Parliament asking the Minister of Foreign Affairs for people who they even don't know where they are.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have companies here that recruit and they just send off our people. They no contract with the person they are sending the workers to. At the end of the day, our children are maimed, they are killed, they face so many challenges. But if we insist that you who is recruiting this worker, you must take responsibility, I think very many people will be happy to go and probably earn $1, but also ensure that they are not inhumanly treated. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gonzaga, Joy Ngoma, and then we'll have Honorable Otieno. Those from his side, then I come there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair, the committee, plus the move of the bill, Honorable Kunihira, for bringing this good bill. Honorable Speaker, I am supporting this bill very much, and let me look at the report with some areas. However, I would pray that the committee members, you left out a lot of things that you would have told us. For example, when you talk about domestic workers, as you've stated here, right now, Speaker, number one, that is, the lot is lacking. What do we have to do about these workers at home? Should we put, do they have to sign a contract? All those areas were not catered for, and they are very key to give good attention to these people. Even when it comes to their savings, can they save? We want to see all that. I think, but under Speaker, we shall meet that at the committee stage. But let me go to breastfeeding mothers. Honorable Speaker, I am not in agreement with the committee that mothers should be given only the first 3 months. Actually, honorable members and Madam Kunihira, you were mother, you know what happens in the first and second month. The first month, the child can refuse to breastfeed. Then the second month, she gets used. Then the third month, I myself, I breastfed for 3 years. I did. That's how, and breastfeeding has a number of advantages. That's why I don't become sick. My mother also spaced us by 3 years because breastfeeding stops mothers from getting pregnancy very fast as long as breastfeed. As long as the person has finished her leave and she has come back for work, let her breastfeed. You cannot tell me that my wife will be stopped from breastfeeding after the consecutive 3 months after birth when she has done for work. She wants to breastfeed for 2 years. Let her do it. It's her right. These are the advantages we have in Africa. In Europe, people breastfeed their children on bottles and all that. Breastfeeding brings intelligence in the child. She can become bright. So you can tell me that not the first 3 months. I think that one is not okay. Honorable Speaker, when you go to casual laborers, migrants, I think we have to pay a lot of attention, which was not given by the committee, Mr. Chairman of the committee. These companies taking out Ugandans, they are not signing very good agreements with these people. As soon as they get where they have gone, in case they find problems there, things are very difficult for Ugandans to come back and all that. But when they have spent money paying the companies, so we need to look at that. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, casual laborers, I think we must put in place short-term contracts as they work. Casual laborers do more work than anybody in any company if you take interest in them. They do the dog work, the donkey work, they're left there. Lastly, I would pray that the minister has to tell us why they have failed to put in place regulations. Regulations are very key in any act as long as they are necessary. And once regulations are not in place, that's why we come with all these problems that we are claiming to amend these laws. Honorable Kuntana, senior as you are, could you tell this house, when you come to address the house, why there are no regulations against all this that would solve some of these problems that are bringing amendments that are also becoming necessary at this time? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But you cannot tell me that you will not breastfeed your child for 2 years and you give 3 months. Not fair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, but the proposal by Honorable Kainsa was that after the maternity leave, there should be additional time. That was her position.
You see, once you say at least 3 months, the employers will take that. Now you finish the 3 months, and it is common. Some parents don't breastfeed. But when we get to committee stage of the speaker, I will give in my input. It should remain open. We want children to breastfeed other than feeding on bottles. And many, Madam Speaker, for that matter, what you have said, many workers leave children, stop breastfeeding to their children because of this problem. They feed them for 1 month. They say, now my boss, they will see me out of class. Now I'm going to breastfeed.
That is why Honorable Kuni has proposed daycare centers at the place of employment. That's why she has proposed that.
Most obliged.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Joy.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to stand here to support the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, may I start on the note of the breastfeeding centers. I remember when Parliament proposed and we put in place the breastfeeding center, the country criticized us. We were surely blamed. But I think now they get to understand the need for having a breastfeeding center, Madam Speaker. Our children, most especially the young ones, have suffered in the hands of the maids at home. The men here will agree that our children have suffered. Maids are stepping on them. Maids are squeezing them. Others are being killed. You know, we leave the children at the mercy of the maids at home, and the rights of the children are truly violated. So I agree with the committee and as well as the bill that really breastfeeding centers needed to be there. And if this law be assented to, Madam Speaker, it has to really happen. I want to appreciate National Medical Stores. I think it was last week, Madam Speaker, that we went to visit a new center that they are trying to construct. They put a very big place, very, very large, where children of about a year, 2 to 3 years can play. When they come from the nursery school, they can play from there waiting for their mothers, and then they are taken back home instead of being left in the hands of the maids. Madam Speaker, on the issue of casual workers, when we talk of casual workers, Madam Speaker, we have to see the domestic, but also can we consider these ones who are in the construction sites, Madam Speaker? That one constitutes a great majority. They don't have papers, they're not well qualified, but they're the ones who do the donkey work. The risky jobs of maybe nailing and woodwork and the rest of it are put in their hands. I fell a victim, Madam Speaker. One of the boys that I took care of died from Kololo here. And the gap that we have in the law, it's in the Workman's Compensation Act. Madam Speaker, it only talks and stops in the injury, maybe severe injury, but when it comes to death, there is nothing that the law talks of. So I feel as we discuss about this, let's consider to put a provision where when a casual worker dies at the place of work in the event of death, what happens? Not only that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to put to Ugandans and the world at large that when we bring a casual worker, especially at domestic level, can we see how we can treat them as part and parcel of our families? Sometimes other families are getting problems with the domestic workers because they treat them as separate people and separate entity. They cook for us, they clean our houses, but when it comes to eating, they are taken as separate and second-hand people. The moment you treat them as part and parcel of your family, that is when they take to be really accepted in that family, and they treat your people and your children well. So I want to support that. And the issue of repatriation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, our children are taken abroad, and these people don't really take care of the issue of bringing them back in the event of death. I feel that when the exporters are given the opportunity to register, component of following up should also be tasked on them, and component of repatriating the bodies should also be part of the agreement. And on sexual harassment, Madam Speaker, at workplaces, nobody will deny that there is no sexual harassment at workplaces. Many of our girls have now come to understand that issue of carpet interview is no more, and they don't want. But people at workplaces are still harassing our girls, and even the boys are being harassed as well. Madam, issue of sexual harassment cost one of our honorable member of parliament his position, where he was negotiating money to do away with what happened in the other hotel of Aya. But up to tomorrow, I don't know whether the lady got justice, Madam Speaker. So we are saying we support the position of the committee on the issue of sexual harassment, that it should be amended to protect our girls and boys at workplaces. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Otieno, then Honorable Kiwanu Kakefa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also wish to thank Honourable Kunira for this bill, and then the committee for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to speak on basically two things. One is the migrant workers. I want to acknowledge two things, that the migrant workers, there are those who go out and there are those who are working inside the country. And I agree with the committee that there is need to regulate them. But Madam Speaker, what we need to know is that those who go out are going out to solve shortage of manpower in those countries. But we have got a scenario here, Right Honourable Speaker, where you've got these investors coming in here, but they also sneak in migrant workers when actually we do not have a gap. We don't have a manpower gap. Right Honourable Speaker, in Tororo, we have got a scenario. We have got so many cement factories, but they're not employing anybody. Even if you went around and asked how many of the children of Tororo are being employed in these cement factories, Right Honourable Speaker, you'll be surprised and shocked that we are not having any child. Most of our people, they are not being employed in these factories. Yet we have around 3 now. In the past, we used to have only 1 cement factory, but most of our people would go and work in that 1 factory. So, Right Honourable Speaker, what I'm thinking in this bill, what we should do is that where there is no gap, like in Uganda here, we don't have a manpower shortage. What I would expect that we try as much as possible to regulate in a way that we discourage these migrant workers from coming to compete with Ugandans who are already suffering from high levels of unemployment. When it comes to casual workers, I also want to implore the committee to consider looking at 2 scenarios. There are casual workers who are more or less on a permanent basis, and then there are casual workers who are on a temporary basis. A case in point, Right Honourable Speaker, there are most of these factories that employ Ugandans on permanently casual basis. And that's how, Right Honourable Speaker, you remember when some Ugandans, when there was a mattress factory which caught fire in Ntinda, most of the people, unfortunately, who perished in that accident were from our place. They were from Tororo. But when they died, the unfortunate thing was the factory simply said, these are not our workers, simply because they were on casual basis. So we need to regulate that kind of employment modality, so that once workers are there on a permanent basis, we should put a time frame within which they should automatically transit into being permanent workers. But Right Honourable Speaker, there's also this category of workers, casual workers, who are on a temporary basis. I imagine somebody is building a kitchen, and he needs to employ these casual workers for just some 4 or 5 days. How do we treat those kind of workers, especially these ones who work in construction sites? These are casual workers, but they are more or less on a temporary basis. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I would implore the committee that as we put measures, I've not seen the real measure, the real recommendations, proposals, But I would implore that as we look at this, we try to create a separation, a distinction between the two, the casual on temporary and the casual on permanent, so that we basically focus on the casual on permanent. These ones who are working in factories, but they are perpetually kept as casual workers. I think that's where our effort should be. We should not disadvantage these ones who are working on a few days. Construction just takes like 1 month and you look for another job. So if we put this, we may find it that we discourage and disadvantage these fellows. And that's the same point I want to take to these ones of domestic workers. I have seen the committee somewhere saying household workers and domestic. I don't know whether the two mean the same thing. In some areas, they say household workers. And in others, they say domestic workers. So right now, my point is, whenever we come up with such a legislation, we should also look at the effect. What is going to be the effect? Supposing, because right now, I know there is some good relations, people are getting engagement. Suppose we come up and say, for you to keep somebody in your home, you must issue employment contract and so on. Supposing people turn around and for me now, I would rather take my children to a daycare center, I lock my home. Are we not going to create more problems by making life difficult? So sometimes when we are legislating, we should also be very mindful of the likely impact or the likely outcome of the proposals that we make in the legislation, because we should not come up with legislation. It may look good, but it may have a negative impact overall on the economy and also on the people we tend to safeguard. Thank you. I submit.
Now, Chwanuka, then Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I like very much to build on Honorable Thieno's submission that these are very good suggestions, but they are double-edged. They can either work very positively or they can be detrimental to the economy if not properly handled. But overall, I like to very much thank Honorable Kunihira for having brought this up. Now, specifically on the domestic workers, apart from the mention that their rights are not fully protected and that they're a bit missing here and there, I think the report does not help to give us the actual issues that we are trying to address. And it's these issues that actually should lead us into the legislation that is required. Now, we know from research available that domestic workers suffer abuse, intimidation, threats, bullying, they suffer sexual assault, being provided with poor quality food, denied privacy, and these are the issues to think about. But of course, in order not to deter them, first of all, from being employed, but also on the other hand, not to make it difficult for them if they're employed. For instance, being required to pay tax. Now, on the other issue of breastfeeding, it's a very good idea we can support. And we know from research that where breastfeeding is provided, it enables the breastfeeding mother to combine breastfeeding with work, reduces absenteeism, increases job satisfaction, and with increased job satisfaction and organizational commitment, then we have increased productivity, which is great for the organization. But again, it's something that has to be handled carefully. Now, on the casual workers, of course, there are many issues here. I don't think the report clearly brings out these issues. It's very important to bear in mind that according to research, most of the casual workers are women and that they're paid less, excluded from work. And these are the issues that we need to be thinking about as we think about legislation around this area. And finally, just once again to emphasize that as we get into the committee stage, we have to be very, very careful not to drive the people being employed under, into some sort of black market where they are not actually recognized, where even those employing them are doing it skillfully to avoid probably either being caught up by the law or whatever may be there, which may be a bit unflexible. So I think we require a lot of flexibility and very, very, very careful consideration of how this is handled. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Pachuto, and then the Minister of Agenda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the Honorable Agnes Kunihira for bringing this bill and the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to touch on the issue of recruitment agencies. I want to implore this House not only to focus on the external recruitment agencies. We also do have companies within the country here that are, I would say, are duping our people. You find company A is a substantive company that needs to recruit or is the one requiring to employ, but uses company B to recruit our people. And you find that company B does not even give appointment letters to our people. They do not give even identity cards to our people. So in the end, government of Uganda and even the individuals who are employed are losing in terms of social security. I would implore the minister to take up that very seriously so that as we are trying to create a conducive employment process and employment conditions, we shouldn't be losing revenue for the individual and for the country. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to comment on the issue of breastfeeding. To me, this is a very welcome idea. This is the first place where I have worked that I've seen that provision has been made for mothers to have time to breastfeed their children within the workplace. I remember I gave an example of myself here, how my own child refused to breastfeed when he was just going to make five months. I tried in vain because I would go to work in the field and I couldn't breastfeed him in time. In the end, he rejected the breast milk and grew up totally on the bottle milk. But Madam Speaker, my concern is about the common woman. Most of the women, the vendors around the country are women. Madam Speaker, if you go to Pakwach main market, you'll find women have made some kind of bed under their stalls. You'll find women along the road selling fish with children on their back or actually trying to make some kind of bed. And moreover, we have allowed road vending without shelters. Imagine now it is the rainy season. So really, as we think of breastfeeding centers, in the formal employment places, we must think of markets and we must think of other markets like the roads that we have in this country. I want to submit. I thank you.
Okay. Ona Mutonyi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
For the opportunity of giving me to speak on this very important subject.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Where's the echo?
I'm hearing echoes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stood up on information to my colleague Jane, but since I've been standing here, Madam Speaker, and you are not seeing me, let me give some information.
I saw you, but I wanted to finish.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wanted to inform the House or maybe remind the House that what Honorable Jane was talking about, our companies duping our Ugandans, it's not only in Uganda here. We have two categories of labor exporters. There are companies which are officially registered by Ministry of Gender. Then we have the pseudo companies that take our people outside and they abandon them there and they have no one to report to. So we have two categories, and but I suppose that if we streamline and have these ones going out officially through companies which are registered, those people should be attached to our embassies wherever they are going. But what is there now is that the embassies don't even know them. They are not even aware. And yet, if they were to make lists through Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then our embassies are aware of our people going there, and they know where exactly they have been placed, then it would be better for the embassies to follow them up. But the outcry you hear here is the embassies are not caring. The embassies, our people are suffering, but they are not aware right from the initial stage. The companies never send their list, so even Ministry of Culture, they don't send the list to the embassies in the countries where the workers are going. So I would like to have this streamlined in our bill, that people being exported or our migrant workers going out of the country should be connected to our embassy, so that in case of any eventualities, any other problems, the embassies can also take up the matters and maybe protect them, or also handle whatever circumstances that our workers are in. Otherwise, there are those that just go on their own. It is difficult to follow them up. But those that are taken by registered companies, those should be officially reported to the embassy so that embassies can take it up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As I invite the minister on the question of the markets, I just want to remind the government that this House resolved on the issue of the markets, that there must be a daycare center, especially the new markets. And I'm glad the Minister of Local Government is here. But now I think we need to think about the street, the women on the street with their children under this umbrella where there's no formal market. Yes, I don't know if they have anything to say, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, all the markets that we are building, especially in the municipalities and cities now, a daycare center is a must. But we shall gladly take in the advice to cater for the street vendors.
Can I invite the Minister of Gender? You wanted to speak?
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, the Honorable Kunihira, for the immense efforts she has put in preparing this bill. Madam Speaker, amendments of laws must be guided by the existence of gaps in the existing law. However, we have noted, and we shall be pointing out at committee stage, that some provisions of this bill do not fill any gap. As we will note at committee stage, some of the proposed amendments are a duplication of regulations already issued by the minister in accordance with the authority granted by Parliament under the Employment Act 2006. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the fact that the provisions from these regulations were lifted from the bill is testimony that the minister properly exercised the powers delegated by Parliament under the Employment Act It is therefore, in our view, for some provisions of this bill not to be accommodated as we shall be pointing out. The above notwithstanding, I wish to state that we had an opportunity to hold cordial and constructive discussions with the committee and the sponsor of the bill. Consequently, we were able to arrive at a harmonized position on most, but not all, of the provisions of the bill. Mr. Speaker, before I take leave of this matter, I wish to inform you and the House that prior to the publication of this bill, the ministry had already submitted to Cabinet principles to amend the Employment Act in a holistic manner. These principles will be considered by Cabinet soon. While the most ideal would have been to consolidate this bill with what is before Cabinet, the committee didn't feel it was proper, hence coming up with this bill. We want to put it on record that at an opportune time, we shall table before Parliament a bill addressing all the gaps not captured by this bill we are going to consider today. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honorable colleagues for their pertinent observations and additions and contributions on the bill. Some of the colleagues raised some few issues which I want to respond to. The Honorable Seungu was wondering why, even with my big experience, we don't have regulations to the Employment Act and the externalization of law processes. I want to inform this House and Honorable Seungu that the Employment Act has regulations, actually two sets of regulations. The first set is the Employment Regulations 2011. The second set is particularly for external employment. This is the employment, open brackets, recruitment of Ugandan migrant workers abroad, close brackets, regulations 2005. Honorable Seno talked about investors who sneak in foreigners to work in Uganda, even when there is no gap. We have noted that. But the mandate to oversee which Ugandan enters Uganda and is granted a work permit is with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Immigration Department. We have been in talks with them, and even the Ministry of Trade. We have held multi-sectoral meetings to ensure that we harmonize this. The law is in place, but I agree with you, honorable members, that the enforcement is weak. Though I want to assure you that the government is taking action on the matter. Honorable Chuanakakefa, yes, I agree with you that domestic workers, casual workers, and migrant workers are really vulnerable and they need special protection. The new law we are proposing, which is for Cabinet, seriously considers this category of workers. And as I said, when we bring it to the House, other members will have the right to participate and contribute to the measures we are proposing. It is also true that some of the measures are proposed in this bill, and we shall examine them with you once we go to committee stage. Honorable Jane Pachuto, you raised the issue of companies which engage in recruitment using other companies as proxies. no company can use another as a proxy to recruit. Because in order to recruit legally, every company must be having a valid recruitment permit from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. If they engage in that activity, please report them to us so that we take action. Honorable Mutoni talked about two types of companies that recruit Ugandans. He talked about the registered companies and also what she called the pseudo companies. In our legal regime, there is nothing like a pseudo company which should recruit Ugandans. If there is such a company, pseudo, meaning that it is not registered, then what they are doing is illegal. And if they are taking our children abroad, they are trafficking them. And once we get a report on those activities, we bring them to the law. I think I would address other issues as we consider.
Okay, honorable members, I saw Honorable Mutebi coming in on Zoom. If you could, let's get Honorable Mutebi. David Mutebi is on Zoom.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to contribute on this very important bill. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill comes at a time when Parliament has been grappling with very many concerns about the migrant workers, especially those in the Arab countries. It has also come at a time when you have very serious unemployment challenges in the country, on the basis of which many of our people are employed as casual workers. Therefore, bringing in this bill at this time is very, very important for us, in as much as it is going to address some of the challenges that our people have been facing, including the massive exploitation of workers, the maltreatment or mistreatment. Some of these people have their pay withheld. And because of the shortage of jobs in this country, the relationship between employees and employers has been one-sided. Therefore, this bill, when it becomes law, will address and provide a legal framework and basis along which the rights of these people employed as casual laborers and those in the migrant section are considered. At the moment, this one-sided relationship imposes a challenge on our people working in different companies, both home and abroad. Some are conscripted, and when you look at these people who are working abroad, there is no framework at the moment or obligation imposed on the recruitment agencies. Parliament has been grappling with cases where people die from abroad but cannot be repatriated because it is not adequately provided for in the law. We therefore need to come out with very, very clear provisions within this law that defines the relationship between casual workers, between migrant workers, and the recruitment agencies, so that we clearly get to understand from the beginning that when a problem arises, the person can be, or the dead person can be repatriated. But we also need to define the relationships that clearly states how a migrant worker may come back at will, because some of them have been going to work, expecting something and finding something different. And they may be interested at will coming back home to do other things or looking for other opportunities abroad. These are some of the things which we need to clearly put within this bill so that our people are protected from the onset. there are some companies that are permanently employing people as casuals. And because they know there is no choice, they continue being so. This bill, when turned into law, should define at what extent one should be a casual labor and at what level he should transition into a permanent employee of a particular country. Then this one will provide safeguards or job security and indeed motivation for people to graduate from one category to the other. So instead of us, continuing to lament about what these companies are doing, let's entrench some of these within the law so that our people are protected, and as well, the employers are protected. Because even some of the casual laborers also at times tend to misbehave, and because we think, it is always the employer to misbehave, then employers suffer when they're investing enormously in these businesses which employ many of our people. So we need to firmly have a balanced legislation that protects both the employer and the employee. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, for the record, I want to note that the minister has a desire to bring a comprehensive law. However, when he does, what he brings will be less. We shall mind us what we are doing now, so that you have less work for that. We are now ready for the committee stage. I put the question that the Employment Amendment Bill 2019 read for a second time. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
The Employment Amendment Bill 2019. Bills Committee stage. The Employment Amendment Bill 2019. Clause 1.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 1 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
It has been deleted. Deleted.
Clause 3.
Members. Oh, Chair, you have something on clause 3? Clause 3. No, 2 will come last.
Clause 2. Clause 2.
2 will come last.
We beg to amend clause 2 by deleting D of clause 2. We also beg to amend by deleting E of clause 2. Also, in the proposed definition of employer in clause 2, is sufficient to cover household employee. That's the justification. We also 2G on page 8 of the amendments is related. We want to delete it. The justification is that to maintain the definition of migrant worker as in the Peace Pact. The definition in the Peace Pact is inclusive of both migrant workers to and from Uganda to other countries. In the H, we beg substitute for the proposed definition of recruitment agency, the following definition. Recruitment agency means an agency, bureau, contractor, subcontractor, or person registered to facilitate the placement of migrant worker with a prospective employer within and outside Uganda. The structure to enhance clarity and avoid vagueness in the definition of the terms recruitment agency. 2I, we beg to delete it. This is a discretion. Consequential amendment arising out of the amendment in clause G. Also, paragraph J of clause 2 is deleted. This is our discretion. Section 3 of the Principal Act restricts the application of the Act to an employee under a contract of service. A volunteer does not fall in that category, and it is thus redundant to have the definition in the Act.
Honourable members, I hope that there are no new definitions. Normally, we leave this until the end in case there are changes in the definition. But we have noted, we shall take the vote later. Yes, Minister.
Madam Chairperson, the amendment is generally agreeable. However, I have few small matters to raise. We propose that following the definition of domestic worker, we propose the following definition for domestic worker. And we are proposing that domestic work should be defined to mean any person engaged in domestic work within an employment relationship. The justification is to align it with the definition of domestic work in Convention C 189.
Now, Minister, I don't know, we have already agreed that there should be no spontaneous amendment. Okay. Did you present that to the committee? Did you get that with the committee?
This amendment?
You are amending, but we don't have your proposals, and we don't allow spontaneous amendment.
Oh. The proposal. Well, they are not major, they are just minor. And they don't.
What's the impact on the bill? What's the impact on the bill of those proposals?
The bill?
What's the impact of those on the report?
I don't see any impact. That's why I say they are minor.
Chair, thank you. I think the minister has indicated to us that he's going to bring other amendments. And I think we would accommodate those amendments when he brings his, because we are rightly guided that when the minister brings his, it will be an addition to what we have not to this one. So I think it is proper that since the minister did not circulate, it can come in the other bill, which he is bringing. And he said it soon.
Yeah. So let's note the changes in clause 2. We shall come back to it in case there are any other changes coming in the bill on definition. Let's go to clause 3.
Clause 3.
Honorable Chair, clause 3.
Clause 3. We beg to delete paragraph A of clause 3. Justification. This is a consequential amendment arising out of the amendment, section 2 of the Principal Act on the definition of contract of service.
Honourable members, the question is that subclause A of clause 3 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
Questions at clause 3 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honourable Chair, clause 4.
We have an amendment. Madam Chair. Clause 4 is amendment of section 7 of the Principal Act. We beg to substitute for paragraph A the following. A. By substituting for subsection 4 the following. An employer shall put in place measures to prevent sexual harassment at his or her workplace. This is our justification. The old law required that these measures be put in place by an employer who employs at least 25 employees. But in this new amendment, we are saying that the law should have no limit on the number of employees who are protected against sexual harassment at the workplace.
Honourable members, yes.
We beg to delete the entire paragraph B of clause 4. This is our justification.
Chair, I'm looking at this. I'm looking.
The clause is redundant. The minister is already empowered under section 97 of the Fiscal Act to make regulations for the better carrying into effect the provisions of the Act. There is already in place the employment sexual harassment regulations 2012, which provides a procedure for lodging a sexual harassment complaint and the handling of sexual harassment complaints by the Labour Office.
Yes, Honourable Charles, you have something?
Chair, the committee report begins by where in clause where say an employer shall put in place measures to prevent sexual harassment at his or her workplace. Madam Chair, I'm looking at a situation where we have somebody having a domestic worker at home. And really, if it is at the right of this person to set up measures, I'm finding it a challenge because many individuals would, they don't employ very many people. They employ one or two, and they are the same people who sometimes sexually abuse these people. So I feel more comfortable if it is the minister prescribing these laws, measures, so that people are protected by the law. Not everyone is going to come up with his own measures. Every employer is going to come up with his own measures, especially those that are not registered as companies and agencies.
No, but Honourable Member, the workplaces are not the same. Can't you, as the owner of a home, put in place measures in your home, which is the workplace of that domestic worker? Can't you do that? So if the same person, then nothing happened?
I mean, Chair, is that the minister should be the one to prescribe that every employer, these are the standards. You're not supposed to sexually abuse anyone.
Now, Honourable Members, what this proposal is making is that in the old law, it was only where there are 25 people. The employer was required to put in place measures when there are 25 employees. But the committee is saying there may be less than 25, even if there are 3, they should be protected. That's what this is saying.
Madam Chair, I actually agree with the Honorable Nsamba. I cannot envisage a situation where across the country we have each home has its own measures around sexual harassment. I think this has to be somehow universal, applicable across the board. But I don't see how practically that works, having it in each household.
Can we look at the Principal Act? What is the Principal Act? Because this is one of the clauses. I want to see what the rest of the provider. Can I have the Principal Act?
I have the Principal Act. I have the Principal Act. I have the provision of the Principal Act. This is what the Principal Act says. says every employer who employs more than 25 employees is required to have in place measures to prevent sexual harassment occurring at the workplace. The first point. Madam Chair.
I think, honorable members, the amendment is very clear. It is just removing just the 25, but should be general on all employers. And as you are here, honorable members, you cannot tell me that you can put measures in your home against sexual harassment. Then why are you in that home? But you are putting measures on your people in your home. That's what they are saying, but other than limiting the number. For example, let me say this. The Honorable Dr. Kefa has a home. You've brought a maid. You are giving her a special room. You are introducing her to your family. You are giving measures, giving certain regulations in your home about this particular person. Are you going to see her as an employer or as a member of a family? That's what has been happening, right, Honorable Speaker. And that's what the committee is saying. That what you are putting in place might not be written, but they are those parameters that will not make this person be sexually harassed, beginning with you. But if you violate what you have put in place, you are culpable as well. That's what they are saying. Every employer, whether it's a factory, whether it's your home, put in place those regulations as per the act.
For instance, other members, supposing there's a factory where people work overnight, are you going to say the women and the men will sleep in the same dormitory? Are you going to say that?
Actually, that's what I was telling them, that as long as you bring this person, they are very clear and you have been practicing them. Don't hide away from facts you have. Do your boys sleep in the same room with your daughters? The answer is no.
Honourable members, I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
Put the question that clause 4 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, ayes have it. Clause 5. New clause.
Madam Chair, we have an amendment. Insertion of new clause 7A, the Principal Act. Clause 5 is amended in the proposed section 7A by substituting the head note the following: 7A, prohibition of mistreatment against an employee. B, by deleting paragraphs D, E, F of subsection 2. C, by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following: a person who contravenes this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 42 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 7 years or both. Justification. Reference the word abuse, harassment, or violence in that note, which are not subsequently referred to in the section, renders them redundant. The duration of paragraph D, E, and F of subsection 2 is to avoid repetition, since the provisions are already provided for in the existing penal legislations, and the person against whom an offense has been committed can proceed under this legislation. In addition, section 95 of the Principal Act allows for prosecution of the person for criminal offense committed against the person under the Act. Insertion of a new subsection is provided for a penalty for the offenses created under the proposed section.
Members, put the question. A new clause be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Clause 5. Oh,
amended. It's not a new. It's an amendment. Okay, on the members that put the questions that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 5 as amended.
Question is that clause 5 as amended to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 6.
Members that put the questions that clause 6 be
Madam-
deleted. Those in favor say
Madam
aye.
Chair, I have an amendment.
You want to delete it?
We want to delete clause 6.
Yes. Put
We
the
beg to
question.
delete clause 6.
I put the question that clause 6 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Put the question that clause 7 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor. Clause 7.
Madam Chair, it is our view that the proposed amendment is not necessary because section 34 and 97 of the Principal Act already give the minister powers to regulate complaints procedures under the Act.
So, we delete.
On just a minute. On clause 7. What they are saying here is the minister may by statutory instrument prescribe a simplified and accessible complaint handling mechanism for workers with disabilities, domestic workers, casual employees, and other categories of employees that he or she determines may require special protection. Do you have a Braille complaint? Do you have a Braille complaint system, Minister?
My problem is that putting this section here would be superfluous because already the Principal Act, we look at section 34 and 97, those in a general manner already authorize the minister to regulate complaints. So it is not necessary to single out these when already they are covered under those sections.
Where is section? Where is section? Who are the Principal Act? Where are my lawyers? Who are the Principal Act?
Madam Chair, the Principal Act never provided for casual employers, casual employees. It never provided for domestic workers. Madam Chair, I think the mover inserted or desired to emphasize this by including those domestic workers, workers with disabilities, and casual employees, unless the minister can prove that it is catered for within the Principal Act. That's how we can delete that one, Madam Chair.
I don't know.
Madam Chair, if you look at section 34, it says special categories of employees. Without prejudice to the generality of the preceding sections of this part, the minister shall, on the recommendation of the Labor Advisory Board, make regulations governing the employment of persons with disabilities, apprentices, and other categories of workers who, in his or her opinion, are in need of special protection under the law. Now, while this section is superior to the proposed section, it's subjected to the advice of the Labor Advisory Board. And it is so wide that the minister can make regulations in respect of any category of workers.
You know, Minister, they are not just talking about the regulations, they are talking about a simplified and accessible complaint. That's why I asked you whether, do you have a Braille complaint system in your ministry? Do you have a system where the deaf can complain? That's what I'm, because this is what they're addressing.
Those
Do you have
under,
a system where the people who have no fingers, do you have it?
well, the generality of the section allows for any form or class of special complaints which would take into consideration braille and any other specialized. You see, why it is special that is that in the future there could emerge other unanticipated special category.
You know, Minister, how old is this law? How old is this law? 2006.
Madam Speaker.
So have you made this law since 2006? This is 2021.
Madam Speaker, I know there are a number of regulations with the ministry, but I am also aware that regulations are expounded from the principles in the law, in the act, unless I'm guided otherwise. So what we are capturing is just limited. The details will be captured in the regulations as the minister is submitting. I beg that we retain that clause.
Minister, I think your minister had no intention of making these regulations. This is how many years now? Put the question that clause 7 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 8.
Put the question that clause 8 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Clause 8? Yes.
Again, our view is that this proposed amendment is not necessary because under section 13(1)(a) of the law, the labor officer can only use one method of dispute resolution. It's already provided for. Therefore, the proposed amendment seeks to provide what is already provided for in the Principal Act and what is practiced by labor officers even as of now.
Move on.
Madam Speaker, on that same issue, there is even a court ruling that the labor officers were applying all the methods. I am requesting our legal person here to give us details, then we shall read out of the case at industrial court.
Okay, let's go to clause 9 as they get the details. Clause 9?
Clause 9.
With the question that clause 9 do stand part of the bill, those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Same problem, Madam Chair. We propose, our view that the proposed amendment is not necessary because the principle behind the proposed amendment is already catered for by section 34 of the Principal Act, which provides that the minister shall, on recommendation of the Labor Advisory Board, make regulations governing employment of special categories of employees requiring special protection. Therefore, the Labor Advisory Board is already clothed with a mandate to advise the minister on the protection of domestic workers and casual workers. Besides, clause 12 of the bill proposes to amend section 34 to specifically provide that domestic workers are special categories of workers. So it's not necessary now to include this amendment.
Honorable, yes. Honorable
Madam Chair, I think the minister is, I don't understand him because the Honorable Kunihira identified a problem that these domestic workers and the casual laborers are not protected. Does he want to tell us they are protected? Because he's keeping on referring us to other special categories which are embedded in the Principal Act, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, because they were categorized as other, that's why they are ignored by his ministry. I think it is better we emphasize that in this process, instead of categorizing them as others, we say domestic and casual workers. there we will be sure that we've done a good job for these people. Because the reason why they are not protected, because quite often they are categorized as others, Madam Chair.
Chair, I think the minister should also bear in mind that section 34 that is referring to with regard to special categories, the term special categories is not defined in the Principal Act. And that's the reason why they are vulnerable and they are not protected. And it's what makes this amendment very relevant. Had the principal law defined what special category is about, maybe perhaps there would be comfort. Otherwise, in the absence of that definition, it creates a very big gap necessitating this amendment, Chair.
Actually, Honourable Minister, if this person were to go to court today, the court will first determine whether they fall in that category of special employees before they can give them a remedy.
Madam Chair, special categories are indeed special categories. If you attempt to define them, then you are limiting the principle. This section calls on the opinion of the minister. Special categories are not constant. They change with times. It's upon the minister, on the advice of the Labour Advisory Board, to determine from time to time what constitutes special categories. But if you define them and say, in this law, special categories mean this and this and this, then you are limiting them. If in the future something occurred which, in the opinion of the minister, should be regarded as a special category, then there will be no way of taking into consideration that regard. So I really plead that we allow the operation of Section 34 to remain that general, so that the Labour Advisory Board, the minister, can from time to time decide what constitutes special categories and then they are according to protection. Secondly, Honorable Member said that special categories are not protected because they are not defined, they are not specifically mentioned. I want to say that the legal framework is there. If it is true that they are not protected, it is not a question of inadequacy in the law. Maybe it's a problem to do with implementation. And if other conditions are not conducive, even if we express so explicitly in the law that express provision will not remedy flaws in implementation. It is true that there is a court case. In that case, the court discovered that the particular labor officer was doing it the wrong way, not in accordance with the law. But they didn't falter the law. They faltered the person who was implementing the law, saying that he uses various methods to determine disputes.
Is that the case we are waiting
Thank
for?
you, Chair. First, on the issue of special categories, I don't know if there is any effect if the two categories of workers appear in this clause. There is already people with disabilities. They are also apprentices and they are recognized in the law. So we are just adding the two categories. I know the law is not static. When the minister identifies more other people who need special categories, he will obviously come and amend the law and include them. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the case, Uganda Limited versus Muguru, the Labor Disputes Appeal 2017, 2019, 2018. And he has also agreed that the labor officer was making an error. Madam Speaker, These days, because of decentralization, the labor officers are no longer under the Ministry of Labor. The labor officers are under local governments, and sometimes they even use community development officers to work as labor officers. So the reason we captured it is to cause clarity in the law.
So, what section 9? What was 9?
I can see the spirit of the mover are interested that these two categories, domestic workers and casual employees, be specifically provided for. In my view, that can be remedied by looking at section 34, where it says, the minister shall, on the recommendation of the Labor Advisory Board, make regulations governing the employment of persons with disabilities, apprentices and others. Me, I want us to add the two categories in this section. Say, the minister may make regulations governing the employment of persons with disabilities, domestic workers, casual employees, apprentices, and other categories of employees who, in their opinion, are in need of special protection. Accommodate them in this paragraph, in this section,
Chair.
34.
Chair, we are on.
Now we are on clause 9.
Yes, we are on clause 9, Chair. We have clause 12, which caters for what he's talking about. So let's work on clause 9, Chair.
Honourable members, put the question that clause 9 do stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I submit.
Clause 10.
Put the question that clause 10 do stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I submit.
Clause 11.
Put the question that clause 11 do stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, the contrary no. I submit.
Clause 12.
Now clause 12.
We have an amendment. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Clause 12. We have an amendment relating substitution of section 34 of the Principal Act. We move to delete the words household employee and volunteers appearing in the line 5 of the proposed section 34. Justification. It is a consequential amendment arising out of amendment clause 2E and J.
But now the people who write these reports, the way they're writing, now they're saying you're substituting section 34. But what they are doing is to delete 3.1. Some about the
It is substitution.
It's not substitution or deleting.
Substitution, not deleting.
No, you are deleting.
Substitution.
You are deleting. You're not substituting, you are deleting some words. On the members, I put the question that clause shall be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 12 as amended.
Question is that clause 12 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 13.
Clause 13. Honorable Chair.
Amendment of section 37 of the Principal Act substitutes for the code 13 the following. Insertion of new section 37A in Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 37 the following. 37A, obligations of employer of migrant. An employer employing a migrant to work in Uganda shall A, ensure that the employment is in accordance with this act, the standard contract of service, and other applicable laws, regulations, and collective bargaining agreements. B, provide the migrant worker orientation on the terms and conditions of employment and other relevant information including the rights and duties under his or her contracts of employment prior to on the place of engagement. C. Ensure that the migrant worker has a valid permit. D. Keep a register of all migrant workers employed at the workplace. E. File annual returns to the district labor officer of the area in which the workplace is located with details of the migrant worker employed. F. Repatriate a migrant worker on the expiry or termination of the contract of service for which he or she was recruited, notwithstanding the reasons for termination. 2. The person who contravened this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 200 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both.
Now, again, what I see here,
the current,
you know, you're saying you're introducing a new subclause, but it's the same because either you're substituting for 37, this one, but not say new clause after 37, because that would mean this and the new subsection will come. Just say amending clause 37.
Chair, the committee report fixed exactly what the mover had proposed in 37. There is no new insertion. Actually, they just picked they are the same throughout from A to F. In the movers bill.
Chair, we think that even this proposed amendment is not necessary because sections 4, 23, and 25 of the Principal Act already provide that any employment contract shall be in accordance with the Act. Furthermore, it is unlawful in the Act for a foreigner to work without a valid permit under Section 39 of the Citizenship and Immigration Control Act. Again, Section 37 of the Principal Act already prohibits the employment of someone who is unlawfully present in Uganda. It is therefore not necessary to have any other legislation on the matter because it will cause confusion. Lastly, Regulation 20 of the Employment Regulation 2011 already provides for keeping and filing of returns by the employers to the commissioner for them to submit.
Yes, Honorable Oshave.
Chair, we have a situation in this country. These people bring employees here. They, after they have worked with them, they leave them on the streets. They don't want even to know what happens to them. It is the same situation that is happening to our children when they go outside. I want the minister to come through here and tell us, no, the Honorable Chair, it is because we failed. That's why this is happening. But the mover is coming out to bring a solution of a problem that is happening in this country. Right, Honorable Minister, kindly let us know, because you're keeping on insisting that we have these laws, we have this, like what you're proposing right now. Here, somebody is providing a remedy for migrant workers who suffer here. They are brought, they are imported here, they are brought here to work, and they are kept as inhuman beings here, in our country here.
Honorable Modi.
Madam Chair,
I think I want to support the private member on this particular clause, in line with what we see on the streets of Uganda, particularly the areas the minister is talking about. If we maintain, is it not okay for us to maintain clause paragraph D, E, as well as F, because they provide a solution to the challenges that the labor market has right now. If we look at the people that come into this country, most of the time after their contracts have terminated with those who brought them into the country, they assimilate into the main market, and no one follows to know, no one knows where they are, and they overburden already the small market that we have, labor market in Uganda. So keeping a register is an important thing at the workplace, but also filing returns with the labor district so that we can be able to trace these migrant workers and also be able to streamline the labor market in Uganda as much as we can, Honorable Minister. I pray that you maintain these particular provisions.
Members, actually, other than the currency point, I've not seen the substantial difference between what is in the bill and what is purportedly being inserted. So, okay, on the members, I think let us amend the marginal note to read obligations of employer of migrant worker. That's the marginal note. And then the rest, the other amendment is on the currency point. Instead of 100 currency points, it's 200 currency points, or imprisonment not exceeding 3 years. That's the difference. So I put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Madam Chair, I think there was a problem under clause 13. There is already, we are adding, the proposal in the bill is going to be an addition under 37A. We are retaining what is already in the bill under 37. That's why there is 37A.
No, but 37A is saying the same thing as the word 37. So let us retain the word 37. We just change the marginal note and also the currency point. So we've only amended the marginal note and the currency point in section 37. So I put the question that section clause 37, clause 13 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 13 as amended.
Question is that clause 13 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Clause 14, I put the question that clause 14, something on 14.
Clause 14, it is on page 13 of the amendments. Clause 14 is amended by A, directing A of clause 14. B, by directing the word Ugandan wherever it appears in the clause. C, in paragraph B, by substituting for the proposed section 12B the following. The recruitment agency shall undertake due diligence on the suitability of an employer under whose employment it intends to place an employee. 2, by inserting a new paragraph immediately after D of subsection 2C. Comply with any other conditions as may be set by the minister by regulations. 3, by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph H of subsection 2D. Any other category of persons as may be prescribed by the minister through regulations. 4, by inserting a new subsection immediately after the proposed subsection 2B, the following. 2E, the recruitment agency shall repatriate an employee back to Uganda at the expense of the recruitment agency. C, by deleting E of clause 14. D, in paragraph F, by substituting for the words 20,000 currency points, the words 100 20 currency points. Narrow justification. 1. Paragraph A of Clause 14 is redundant, given that Section 38 of the Principal Act caters for the same proposals. 2. The duration of the word Ugandan is a consequential amendment arising out of amendments by duration of proposed 2G and I. The subsection of the proposed subsection 2B is faculty. 4. The recruitment agency should have obligations to repatriate a Ugandan employee it recruits for external employment so that Ugandan workers do not continue being stuck in foreign countries after losing employment. 5. Paragraph E of Clause 14 is redundant, given that the Principal Act empowers the Minister to make regulations for declining into effect the provisions of the Act. Last, to ensure penalty is commensurate to the offense.
Honourable members, I asked earlier what happens to the dead body. You're representing an alive worker, but what about the dead body?
The law was not key, but Mr. can answer.
Madam Chair, under our regulations, the Minister is empowered to make regulations to govern externalization of labor. Under the regulations, the Minister is empowered to formulate standard contracts between the worker and the employer, between a recruitment agency and a receiving agency at the other end. Those standard agreements are there, and they expressly provide for repatriation both of workers who, for any reason, are no longer able to work, but also repatriation of their bodies when they demise. That is contained in the standard agreements that we insist on. And I want to state that the practice has been, and it has been strictly adhered to, that when a person dies abroad, the recruitment agency which deployed him must repatriate the body. It is true, like the honorable member earlier pointed out, some people go on their own, either through those so-called pseudo companies, which are termed traffickers, or on their own, where there's no responsible company. And the problem we encounter arises from those who don't go through our normal official channels. But on that note, I have no problem with the provision being in the law. But I wanted to inform the House that there is already a framework, a legal framework to cater for the dead bodies.
Minister, I think that since they are providing for those who are alive, let us also provide in this law. Because if you knew how much pressure we are under from people who write to us, the dead bodies here, help us take them home, Speaker, you help us. No, it's just a nightmare. Yes.
Thank you for raising that concern. This also includes persons who get ill in the course of duty. A lot of Ugandans out there sometimes get sick, and actually companies usually do not take care of them that much. And so it is important to be very, very clear on these particular issues. There are also companies which are young and cannot afford these costs and all that. So sometimes it comes back to the family. I don't know, maybe the Honorable Minister has more information on that, but we feel most of the cases that have challenges of ill health and death while there, they usually come back to the families. Many members have handled such cases.
So can we have someone structure? Honorable, can you structure a small paragraph on the repatriation of the dead under clause 14? Okay, as she's drafting, that will be would that be an addition? Would that just draft another paragraph on clause 14 to deal with the repatriation of the dead workers? In the meantime, let's go to 15.
Clause 15.
Members, I put the question that clause 15, there's something on 15.
Sure.
Yes.
We have an amendment on page 14 of the amendments. By deleting subsection 2 of the proposed section 38A, in subsection 4 of the proposed section 38A, by substituting for the words 10,000 currency points, the words 120 currency points. Justification. The details proposed and subsequent should be provided in the regulations made under the Principal Act. 2. To make the penalty commensurate with the offense. That's our amendment.
The members put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 15 as amended.
Questions that clause 15 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 16.
Put the question that clause 16 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Honorable Chair, 17.
We have an amendment. Clause 17. Amendment is on insertion of a new section 56A to the Principal Act. The section is amended in the proposed section 56A by substituting for subsection 1 the following. A female employee shall not be discriminated against on account of being a breastfeeding mother. B. By substituting for subsection 2 the following. An employer shall accord a female employee a daily 30-minute breastfeeding break in every 2 hours of continuous work, or a daily reduction in the contractual daily hours of work to enable the female employee to breastfeed her kid upon expiry of her maternity leave. By deleting subsection 3 and D, subsection 5, by inserting the words the first immediately after the words for, and by deleting subsection 6. This is our justification. For quality. 2. To indicate the time and duration when a female employee should be granted the breastfeeding break or reduction in the daily hours of work. The substitution in subsequent 2 renders subsection 3 redundant and thus deleted. 4. To ensure that a female employee is not entitled to the breastfeeding breaks and reduction of hours only in the first 3 consecutive months after maternity leave, to allow exclusive breastfeeding up to 6 months of the kid's life, as recommended by the World Health Organization and Uganda Policy on Breastfeeding 2009.
Members, I put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
Questions that clause 17 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 18.
18, Honorable Chair.
We also have an amendment in clause 18. It relates to amendment of section 59 of the Principal Act. In paragraph A, by deleting the proposed subsection 1A and 1B. In paragraph B, by deleting the proposed subsection 6. Justification. The deletion of subsection 1A and 1B is a consequential amendment arising from the amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act on the definition of contract of service. 2. Section 101 of the Evidence Act puts the burden of proof on a party that asserts the existence of those facts. There is no justification, justifiable ground for shifting the burden of proof to the employee.
Members, I put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 18 as amended.
The question is that clause 18 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 19.
Honorable Chair, 19.
Yes, we have an amendment. 19. We have an amendment. Clause 19, insertion of new parts to the Principal Act. Substitutes for clause 19 the following. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after 37 the following. Conversion of casual employment to term employment. A person shall not be employed as a casual employee for a period exceeding 4 months. 2. A casual employee engaged continuously for 4 months shall be entitled to a written contract and shall cease to be a casual employee, and all rights and benefits enjoyed by other employees shall apply to him or her. 3. Where a casual employee is laid off by an employer and retired, the service shall be regarded as continuous. Justification. The provision for conversion from casual employment to term employment is to reconcile the employment regulations found in the Employment Act 2006. The proposed section 61A and 61F provide for volunteers, whereas the application of the Act under Section 3 excludes volunteers, and further providing to volunteers in the Act shall expose term employees to exploitation by employers who may choose to permanently employ them as volunteers. The proposed subsection 7B is redundant since domestic workers and casual employees have been recognized as special categories of employees under the amendment of Section 34 of the Act, which therefore empowers the Minister to make regulations govern employment of persons abilities, apprentices, thus domestic workers and casual employees. The proposed in Section 70 and 71D are redundant since domestic and casual workers have been expressly incorporated under Section 2 of the Principal Act. Thus, they are entitled to the same protection as other employees.
Yes, Honorable Shaban. And then I come to the Minister.
Chair, I'm seeing a situation here where, especially here, where a person shall not be employed as a casual employee for a period exceeding 4 months. I think, Chair, we would have gone ahead to define which type of casual employees we are talking about. Chair, I'll give an example. In homes, we have people who come and slash once in a while. Or takes care of your home once in a while for 4 months, and there you end up saying that that should be entitled for a contract. I think we should go ahead and specify which type of casual employees. Is that information available? Otieno?
Honorable Otieno.
Thank you, Chair. I have the same fear, but I was proposing, supposing we add 4 consecutive months, maybe, I don't know. But it again alters the concerns. But I thought if we say 4 consecutive months, because Madam Chair, somebody may come and work for this month, he goes away. After sometimes he comes back. And once there's accumulation of 4 months, it means the person now must be permanently employed. You know, we should not create loopholes in a law which can be exploited.
Honourable Minister.
I'm glad our concerns have been adequately captured by the Honorable Ushaba and the Honorable Feno. There are people who work casually for long periods of time, yet they don't become workers in the actual sense. For example, on a construction site, some people come, let's say plumbers or electricians or what, same as the example given of people who come to slash our compounds. They work for long periods of time. Now, if you say that when somebody has worked for 4 months, there is an automatic conversion from casual to permanent employment, it becomes an absurdity. So I think unless we get a better way of putting it, those categories of work should be protected.
Now, honourable members, I also think it's a bit problematic. For instance, look at a construction company. If I employ these people, we finish construction work there, I get another site. Must I carry them with me and they become my casual employees? They become my permanent employees? Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Chair. This particular clause was picked from the regulation under the Ministry of Gender, the Statutory Instrument 2011, number 61. This is section 39, and it appears the way it is. Maybe I would propose that the period exceeding 4 months continuously. This one will separate the ones we use in our homes to maintain our compounds. The Principal Act is also very clear on the type of the casual workers who maintain our compounds. It defines a casual employee as a person who works on a daily, hourly basis where payment of wages is due at completion of each day's work. In this category, we are mostly looking at people working at the factories for years, and they are there almost permanent and pensionable, but treated as casuals.
Honourable Saida.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we are legislating as if we have a low unemployment. This country has got very high unemployment, and we lack places where people go for apprenticeship. These casual workers, by working continuously in certain places, they acquire skills. Like many of the builders, people who become big mansions and whatever, they start by being casual workers, working on site, and they acquire the skill which they use elsewhere to get permanent employment. But if we say that it has to be contractual, beyond 4 months, people will be firing them on the 3rd month. And since we have a lot of abundant labor, people will not be able to acquire the skills, and they will not be able to have those jobs to sustain them and their families.
Thank you. But Honourable Commissioner says this is already what the minister has proposed. Honourable Tieno.
This bill presupposes that everybody works on timepiece basis. You see, wages can be paid on the basis of on work you've done or the time you've worked. So this bill presupposes that all payment workers are working on time basis. But there are cases where wages are paid on piecemeal basis. I mean, in terms of the work you've done. For instance, somebody may be working on a daily basis, but is paid for every hour the person works, or for a piece of work a person does, not that he is going to pay on a monthly basis. So there must be a clear distinction. Not everybody is paid on a monthly basis, but on a piecemeal basis. In other words, you are paid for the work you do, for the piece of work. So we need a clear distinction. For those who come and work on a certain particular assignment, and if, say, for instance, on how much you dig, for instance, if it is digging or cutting sugarcane, they may say, for every acre you cut, you get this amount of money. Now, that is different from a person who comes and says, you will cut sugarcane and be paid on a monthly basis. So there's a difference in the two. And this bill only presupposes those who work on a monthly basis. What about those who work on piecemeal basis? How would we take care of that?
Members, what I have here is the regulations under statutory instrument number 61 of 2011, issued by the Minister of Labor, and this provision is there under other social category, contracts for cultural employees.
Chair. Chair, yes, it is provided for in the regulations, but once we put it in law, it's a whole different story. Right, Honorable Chair, we want to protect our casual workers, but we do not want to create a situation at the same time where employers would not wish to take on casual employees just for fear of such laws. So in my opinion, as long as we've catered for their rights, as long as we've catered for their other rights, we may, unless we work better on this one, the way it is, right, Chair, we might create a problem.
Minister?
Chair, it is true that provision is there, but when you look at the law, you find that it has no backing of the law whatsoever. It is hanging. And I want to inform this House that it is one of the provisions we intended to amend in our new bill, which is before cabinet.
So what do we do? We don't touch clause 19. I think it may be difficult for now. Put the question that clause 19 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Aye, sorry. The old 19. This was the new one. Let's go 20.
Clause 20.
Put that clause 20, you had something on the chair?
Madam Chair, committee is on one amendment. Clause 20. We propose to delete clause 20.
Okay.
And these are our reasons. Enlarging the period of payment of severance allowance to 1 year is the detriment of the employee. 2, there is need for clarity on the entitlement severance allowance and when this is due. The law should thus not be amended to the detriment of the employee. Entitlement severance allowance is for an employee who is unfairly dismissed by any employer. Thank you.
Members, questions that clause 20 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Put the question that clause 21 do stand part of the bill. That those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes
Clause 22.
Put the question that clause 22 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Put the question that clause 23 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 8.
8 or 14? We start from 8?
Yes, 8, 14, and then 2.
Okay, clause 8. We wanted some information under clause 8. What did we wanted the court ruling? Honorable Chair, what's the position under clause 8?
Clause Chair, as I explained, I'm not sure what the court ruling is going to assist us because the court didn't follow the law. It only said the labor officer was applying the law in the manner it shouldn't be applied because he was using either or both methods. But as for the propriety of the law, there was no pronouncement by the court.
I think what they're trying to do is to not to give an option to use more than one. I don't know. I don't know whether that's what Honorable Commissioner wanted.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, there was an error made and they faulted the labor officer. And I also mentioned that the labor officers are not directly under the control of Ministry of Labor because of decentralization. So it is for purposes of clarity.
Okay, put the question that clause 8 to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 14.
14. Are we available to draft the issue on the repatriation of the dead people?
This is what we want to add. A recruitment agency shall repatriate an employee back to Uganda at the expense of the recruitment agency under the following circumstances. 1, at the termination of the contract of employment of the employee. 2, at the death of the employee.
That's what you are proposing. So those are additional new subclauses under 14. Okay, no members, I put the question that clause 14 be amended as variously proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
Put the question that clause 14 as amended to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I think there are no more changes on the definition. I now put the question that clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
The title.
Put the question that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Mover.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Now, members, the question is that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House do report thereto. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Motion for report.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Bill 2019 and has passed it with amendments.
Motion for the adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Mofa.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
Honourable members, I put the question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Bills, third reading.
Mover. Third reading.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Bill 2019 is read for the third time and do pass.
My members, I put the question that the Employment Amendment Bill 2019 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Employment Amendment Act 2021.
My members, title settled and bill passes. Thank you.
Item number 7 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to guarantee the Uganda Development Bank Limited to borrow United States dollars 15 million from the European Investment Bank, United States dollars 10 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, 20 million US dollars from OPEC Fund for International Development, and United States dollars 20 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa.
Honorable Chair, National Economy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I have 3 loans under item 7, 8, and 9. 2 of the loans, 7 and 8, are both to Uganda Development Bank. Can I be permitted to present them together, and we discuss them together, Right Honorable Speaker?
Were they for the same purpose?
Yes, the ones for UDB are for the same purpose.
No.
They are from different sources, but for the same purpose.
No,
because I see time is a bit late and I wanted to exhaust all of them now.
Yeah, just start one by one.
Okay. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 25th of June 2020, a loan request was presented to Parliament, and under Rule 175(2)(b), the same was referred to the Committee of National Economy. The committee considered and scrutinized the request, and I now beg to report. But before I go further, permit me to lay on table the following documents: the loan request, a report of the Committee on National Economy, minutes of the meetings, and a brief to Parliament on the proposal by government to guarantee Uganda Development Bank for the various loans. A letter from His Excellency the President approving the loan, a letter from the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the certificate of financial implications, a letter from the National Planning Authority, an update on the utilization of funding for UDP, the International Islamic Development Finance Corporation, intimation notice, and final terms and conditions for Murabaha financing, the draft line of credit agreement, the third line of Credit Uganda Development Bank, the finance contract between European Investment Bank and UDB, the Arab Bank for Economic Development term sheet for private sector facility, the OPEC Fund for International Development, general conditions applicable to the public sector loan agreement, the UDB strategic plan. Right Honorable Speaker, all those are contained in this file, which I lay on table. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the colleagues on the committee for the effort put in scrutinizing this loan. By way of methodology, we had meetings with the ministry and we considered a number of documents. And on the background, development financial institutions are important instruments for government through which socio-economic transformation is promoted. Development banks provide relatively low cost capital compared to commercial banks, and also provide a wider range of advisory services, capacity building programs through SMEs and large private and commercial banks. UDB has a renewed vision of being the preferred and trusted development finance service provider for socio-economic development, and more specific to its value proposition in its mission of accelerating socio-economic development through sustainable financial intervention. Right Honorable Speaker, the bank currently finances projects in various sectors of the economy that include agriculture, production, agro-processing, manufacturing, education, health, tourism, infrastructure, minerals, oil and gas, among many others. And Table 1 gives the breakdown of the loans which have been given out by sector. The bank's lending portfolio is mainly funded by Government of Uganda capital contribution, and it also supported by government obtaining funding from outside. Under Table 2, the loans which have been acquired for the bank, except for 2, are all fully utilized, and the other 2 are above 60% utilized. Under paragraph 4, the selected bank performance indicators, all of them are positive, except for 2, which are return on assets and customer satisfaction score. In that table, it shows that the disbursement projects in 2019 compared to 2018 increased by 79%. Madam Speaker, according to the National Development Plan, which identifies priority sectors and the key public and private delivery partners that will drive the achievements of the country's strategic objective of attaining high middle income status by 2040, UDB is among those which are identified. The overall goal of UDB is to promote sustainable growth and remain a key player in socio-economic development. And the envisaged high impact goals of the bank are reduce poverty, build sustainable food system of Uganda, and industrialize Uganda. And the justification for this loan, for the guarantees, according to the bank's strategic development plan 2020 to 2024, the bank intends to explore various avenues to increase and diversify its funding sources and leverage its resources to increase and catalyze investments in the initiatives detailed in the strategic plan. Madam Speaker, paragraph 6.1 gives a list of the guarantees which the bank has, which government has given, and all these guarantees are to Islamic University in Uganda and UDBL. There is no other institution which government has guaranteed for financing. And on the status of UDB's capitalization, Its share capital is 2 trillions, and out of that, 860 billions has been capitalized, and that is comprised of government contribution, which is about 780 billion, retained earnings of 62 billion, and the capital, the equity fund from the Kuwait fund of 34.5 billions. Madam Speaker, if you look at table 5 breaks down the capitalization which I've just read out. Under 7, the purpose of the proposed lines of credit, UDB has a pipeline of 709 billion of small and medium enterprises that need long-term financing. And that's what we are sourcing money for under these guarantees. And under paragraph 7.1, you have the purpose for the European Investment Bank line of credit of 15 million euros. And this European Investment Bank is extending a line of credit guaranteed by government for 15 million euros to be used exclusively for finance up to 50% of the aggregate cost of projects of private enterprises operating in Uganda. And the second guarantee is from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation line of credit is of not more than $10 million, shall be utilized for the purpose of supporting import and pre-export financing of acceptable goods of its clients. Under 7.3, the purpose of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, the trade finance window, not exceeding $10 million. This is to be used exclusively to finance eligible import transactions from Arab countries to UDB's eligible importer clients in the Republic of Uganda. Under 7.4, the purpose of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, through the private sector window of 10 million US dollars, is to enable UDB finance projects and transactions in favor of its clients. And those are from the private sector or the commercially oriented public sector enterprises in the Republic of Uganda. The purpose of the OPEC Fund for International Development of not exceeding $20 million is for extending sub-loans to SMEs and shall be rolled over, not to be paid back to the source, but will remain within UDBL. Under paragraph 3.8, terms of the loan, table 6 gives us terms of a loan of EIB, and table 7 of the Arab Bank of Economic Development, and table 8, the OPEC fund, and the bank will lend the loans to SMEs at an average interest rate of 7% on the dollar loan and 12% for those who will be lent out in shilling terms. And when their portfolio expands, they will reduce the shilling loan from 12% to about 10%. The conditions of the loan are covered under paragraph 8. And under paragraph 9, the budgetary implication of the lines of credit. These don't have a direct impact on the loan obligation of government because these are not loans. These are contingent liabilities. They are guarantees. But government will have to pay 0.3% per annum to cater for the exchange fluctuations and other costs. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee made observations and recommendations. The committee noted that the possibility that unforeseen opportunities or threats including COVID-19 pandemic, economic uncertainties, may render UDB strategy ineffective. The committee therefore recommends that UDB board and senior management should urgently devise appropriate and effective policies and strategies towards ensuring an appropriate understanding of the bank's operating environment. And on the financial sustainability of the bank, the committee noted that adequate and appropriate funding remain a critical success factor for the bank to achieve its strategic aspirations. The committee therefore recommends that in order for UDB to enhance its capacity of providing development finance solutions, as enshrined in its mandate, the bank should seek out an appropriate mix of funding that will generate the requisite capital to finance the investment needs at affordable costs. The bank should further leverage its paid-up capital to source external funding, because now, because of the low capital base, they are not attractive to external funders. The committee noted that operational risk exposure of the bank that can result from a variety of factors, and the committee therefore recommends that UDB should further digitalize several aspects of its operations with the aim of leveraging technology to transform customer experience and to expand its outreach. In addition, the bank should focus further on building an adequate stock of competencies among its staff to ensure that the bank addresses the institutional need, both for now and the future. On the regional presence of the bank in other parts of the country, the committee made a serious observation that UDB is located only Kampala. All the borrowers have to travel from different parts of the country to come and get the service. Though they have established digital service, but the committee recommends that the management of UDB should consider the need to deepen the services of UDB Limited by establishing and equipping regional specific branches in Uganda, as the case is with DFIs in Brazil, China, and Ethiopia. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the committee recommends that the request by government to guarantee UDB lines of credit of 15 million euros from the European Investment Bank, $10 million from the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, US dollars 20 million from the OPEC Fund for International Development, and US dollars from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa be approved subject to the above recommendations. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, you've heard the report. Are there any comments? Honourable Tieno? But maybe, Honourable Chair, under 8, I see that there's a certain amount, minimum of 30% allocated to gender equality and women empowerment. I don't know whether you have actually the channels through which this will reach this money.
Right Honorable, we took a lot of interest in that because we know that women are always marginalized when it comes to financing. And UDB confirmed that among its pipeline, they have a number of projects for women which are going to be considered under that.
Okay, Honorable Tieno?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for its effort in scrutinizing this loan request. Right, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say that I am not supporting this request, but I also want to sympathize with this committee and the chair, because the job they are doing is not an easy one. Because, right, Mr. Speaker, yesterday this very subject here this very issue was subject to discussions on the Next Media platform, and when I listened to the chair, I don't know whether they took bother to really understand and internalize the needs of the people they are trying to address. It is true, UNDP needs to be supported, but at the same time, right, Mr. Speaker, I think UDB has failed to live to its expectation. Right now, UDB is not helping anybody. And I can see why this country, it will be a miracle for this country to transit to the middle income status. Because we are just misfiring in all angles. There is no decision we are taking which is right. Right, Mr. Speaker, for instance, the chair is saying that this loan will help the SMEs. But yesterday, the SMEs are the ones who were actually very bitter, and they were complaining how UDB has become irrelevant to them. First of all, the SME says the portfolios, what they need from the kind of what they need from UDB is what UDB is telling them we cannot provide. First of all, UDB says they cannot lend below 100 million. The SMEs are saying for them they need money to the tune of just 100 million. UDB says no. In that case, you go to commercial banks. For us, we lend to those who need more than 100 million. Now, in this case, the SMEs are telling UDB, what we need is this. We need a loan which can help us with our small lines of operations to improve our business, and we don't need more than 100 million Uganda shillings. UDB says no. Secondly, right, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the way UDB is doing, recently there was a list which was circulating. They were lending money to themselves. That list has been in circulation. UDB top managers, their friends, their connected people, they are the ones who gave this money, we gave them. They gave this money to themselves. The real people who applied for the money were not given any money, were not considered. So if you look at even the way this UDB is operating now, the other time when we were interfacing with them, we discovered that what even they do, they give out this money to commercial banks. When we give them money, they also give this money to commercial banks to lend on their behalf, because the terms there are a little bit more favorable, and they cash in on the difference in the rates. Right, Mr. Speaker, the ED confirmed yesterday when she said that they cannot lend money on preferential terms because they are also a profit-motivated institution. They must make profit. So there is actually now no difference between UDB and these ordinary commercial banks. So in such a situation, right, Honorable Speaker, much as we are guaranteeing this loan, the interest of this country is not being protected by UDB. UDB is actually exposing our business community to the same harsh conditions which they find with the commercial banks. And right, Honorable Speaker, you are talking of industrialization. If you are to industrialize, then work with the Uganda Manufacturers Association. These are the engines, the people can promote industrialization in this country. Now, they are telling you, Uganda Manufacturers Association is saying that UDB has failed to listen to their needs. They have failed to listen to their concerns. So much as we are giving these loans, I want the country to know that UDB is not going to be an engine, an agent of growth, an agent of industrialization, as the chair wants us to believe. And I do not know whether really the committee interfaced with Uganda the SMEs you are talking about, I do not think, because if you interface with them, you should have listened to their concern and you shouldn't have reported the way you've reported. The way you've reported clearly shows you are just working on assumptions on what you are getting from the UDB and what you're getting from Ministry of Finance, but this is just an official position. We want you to get to us, how are you going to help these SMEs? How are you going to help Uganda Manufacturers Association? These are the people who need help. Right now, Speaker, I think it is high time this country came up with another channel of helping our small-scale industrialists, the SMEs, the Uganda Manufacturers Association, because the way UDB is being structured is not going to help us in getting out of poverty, as the minister is saying. I don't know whom we are going to move out of poverty. You are lending money at a commercial rate. You are not giving small scale. People need a little amount of money, like 50 million, 100 million, you're not giving them. So whom are you driving out of poverty? Nobody. So I think what the statement here is not factual. That's what I want to add to my position. Conclude that, Mr. Speaker, the committee has reported, yes, but what they have reported is not factual. They have not interfaced with the stakeholders. This is the committee's own position. This is the committee's own assumption. I want the committee to go out and interface with the stakeholders, interface with small-scale business people, Uganda manufacturers, and come and give us true report, not this assumed report just because you want us to come here and we approve your money. Yes, we shall give the money, but base that money on true facts, on the realities on the ground. I beg to submit.
Okay, honourable members, I see that the committee only met the Minister of Finance and the UDB. They didn't meet the potential users. And I also want to really place on record that we have one of our industrialists of Day Farmer. He had wanted $10 million from these people. Instead, they gave him 5, which was not enough. So he had to leave it and go to Kenya to look for money. This UDB. No, I think we cannot continue like this. I think, Honorable Chair, want you to interface with the consumers, the SMEs. I think let's postpone completion of these 2 reports and you interface with the possible users. We cannot go and give you money to UDB, which they don't use. Yes? Honorable Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy that this afternoon we started with Minister of Finance submitting the much required documents because the loan is a deficit financing. It's part of the financing the budget. Remember last week on Thursday, I had a preliminary objection to our Committee of Economy presenting the loan request without Parliament being brought at reality on the issues. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General was here not more than 2 weeks ago, telling us how the loan are not okay. Even the loan amounts were invariant with the ones of Bank of Uganda. So now that the minister has brought these papers, I would want to agree, as you rightly guided, that it would have been proper, and Madam Speaker had come to your office much earlier with 2 documents, that at least we get 2 days. If you see the heap of documents the Minister of Finance has laid, a parliament of 430 members without regurgitating it, and we then just come and pass a budget in a COVID time where we are not performing, where UDB wants money, when we have not looked holistically. What's the challenges of industrialists? Because you may end up this money going not even to the right people. I want to plead to seek your procedural guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, that this could be the right time since we are in the budget process. Give us 2 days here in the 10th Ministry of Finance. I even have 2 other concerns as we talk about loans. Article 159 of the Constitution mandates this Parliament to approve any government commitment in terms of borrowing. We now have a new animal called the PPPs. We should not be informed of only loans and grants, but can we be informed what's happening with people? Because we know
what Ujagali has done to us 12 years ago and may still harm us for the next 12 years until we disengage. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a new animal called recoverable costs under the PSA. It's a cost thing. We are very happy the president is talking about the FID anytime. We welcome it. But as oil companies use the recoverable cost, which Parliament does not, by the way, even discuss, we have committed ourselves 48% low content. Can we also be informed, this project of oil, how much is Uganda going to spend? How much are we going to, because who on this world does a business without knowing how much is going to spend and how much is going to get? The oil companies which are doing this business with us under PSA agreement, they know how much they are going to spend. Now, finally, Madam Speaker, in these 2 weeks, in these 2 days submission to all members of Parliament, before we go to our committees, you've heard of the NDP alignment, you've heard of other treasury memoranda, a lot of issues which cannot be digested in the remaining 3 weeks by just the budget committee without the other attendant committees, because the oil and gas which we must produce in the next 3 to 4 years is going to involve NEMA, Ministry of Land, Water, all these ministries. And Honorable Speaker, you helped me, you helped this Parliament 3 years ago to process an interministerial, multi-sectoral matrix. And we have it here, it's a record of Parliament, and it is costed. But when I check the budget process, the loans which are coming, this matter does not come. I have seen, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I have seen a supplementary coming for UNOC, but there is no money for the other 11 agencies which are going to put. And if we don't have that counterpart funding, Honorable Speaker, it will end up very costly for us, delaying the oil work and to our cost. So we may end up with oil production with a lot of cost minus profits, and that will not be good. So I pray, Honorable Speaker, I can take the information.
Madam Speaker, the issue that the Honorable Mukhtari is raising is a very important issue. But I just wanted to inform him that most of those issues that you are actually raising are going to be discussed during the time we are debating and agreeing on the budget. Those issues will be discussed in the committees. They will be discussed in the general plenary here when we come. So I don't think that probably we need 2 days when actually we are going to be discussing these issues in the committees and the general plenary.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for that information. Actually, you are helping us to amplify that by just going to these committees before final understanding. First of all, we are in the COVID challenges. As government, have we informed this Parliament what are the priority sectors within this tightening the belt under the COVID? You have not told us. So every committee is going to demand a budget for its committee without knowing what should be the national priority in the line with the NDP, aligning with, aware that we have had challenges of finance. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to plead with you that before we break into individual committees, 2 days would be very important to bring all committees of Parliament, because oil is going to be produced by PAO and UNOC alone, whom you are giving a supplementary budget. What of water for abstraction? What of NEMA? What of other government entities who have a very important role to produce oil? The local, the fiscal planning, the local governments do not have a budget. The town councils in those regions which are going to host the oil, you have not given them a budget. They don't have an engineer, no town clerk. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important that finance allows, because the lead ministry is energy, but finance holds the wallet. It's important that we are brought on board as the whole house, and we can internalize these issues. I can even lay on table, Honorable Speaker, I have given a copy to Minister of Finance. I have given you a copy. I've given the Prime Minister a copy. An interministerial task force was formed 3 years ago, but that costed matrix, which I'm going to lay on table, Honorable Speaker, is not in the budget we are discussing. And the Minister of Finance, my good friend David, in charge of planning. This is year 2 of NDP 3, and it's year 1 of the oil development phase. So if you don't have money for your government 12 agencies, then how are we going to work with this private sector? So a PSA is also a PPP. It's also a loan. And every speaker would like to request those who are here in the next parliament, treat recoverable cost as a loan, because it is a loan without legal gymnastics of saying it is not, it is a borrowing, but not a loan. It is a loan. Article 159 of the Constitution mandates Parliament to approve every government commitment. Otherwise, we are going to have a big problem with a lot of cost oil and no profit, and we have a challenge. I pray that, Madam Speaker, you allow 2 days engagement to digest all the papers the Speaker did lay. Otherwise, in principle, I have no problem with discussing the loans at the time when you allow.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest problem with UDB is undercapitalization. They don't have enough share capital to carry out the task which has been given to them. And these are the efforts being made. Because of low share capital base, there is no big lender who wants to give them money. That's why they are picking $5 million here to $10 million there, so that to aggregate and have a sound capital base. Out of the 2 trillion share capital, somebody cannot borrow 10 millions. It would all be wiped out. The money they have is too little. And I would like to invite members to address ourselves on how to capitalize UDB. The other issues we can discuss, but with the little money they have, they can't do much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. And even with that little money, their interest rates are lower than the market. They are 12%, and the market is about 25%. Of course, development, the DFIs don't lend to the smallest. Where they normally give development finance, and they co-finance with commercial banks. The commercial banks take the working capital aspect, and they take the development aspect of the loan. So co-financing with commercial banks is quite healthy in development financing. And the purpose of UDB is to fill in the gaps which cannot be filled in by other financials. Somebody wants 20 millions. The one who wants 20 millions will go to microfinance. You cannot go to UDB because that one is uneconomical for them to handle. When they talk about SMEs, it is relative. For them, an SME might be worth about $5 million. And if you want, they say they don't handle less than 100 million shillings, that could be micro to them, not SME or medium enterprise. But my Right Honorable, I take the observations and comments from the colleagues in very good spirit, and I rely on you to guide on how to proceed from here. But UDB needs share capital contribution if it is to play its rightful role. Thank you.
But yes, Honorable Kunihira.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've heard the chair saying they are not handling the small, those with the requirements of less than 100 million. But again, they are talking of SMEs. I thought SMEs means small and medium. So they should all be considered if there is money.
Now, Honourable members, it's a pity that I think we have not considered the annual reports of the UDB, because it will probably give us an idea what is really happening. But nevertheless, if this money is being borrowed to support the SMEs, I think that we should give the Committee of National Economy 1 more week to interact with the SMEs and see how they fit in. Because we even have not had the formal, that list tabled here, which was tabled in the committee. It hasn't been brought here, of those who benefited from the funding. I think we'll give the chair 1 more week to to interact with the SMEs and just adjust that area so that we know who we are talking for and what that we're really planning for them.
Right, Honourable Speaker, it's important among the entities that they must meet, not only SMEs, but they should meet Uganda Manufacturers Association. They should also meet the private sector foundation, because those are the key stakeholders in this loan. And they're the ones who are crying out loud, right, Honourable Speaker. They should not just limit to SMEs. They should look at private sector foundation. They should also meet Uganda Manufacturers Association. These are the ones crying out most.
Actually, Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with the chair of the committee. UDB should be the right place for companies which are going to help us achieve BUBU and even the 48% target this parliament set for oil and gas. But if you are saying the money which is there is changed, then we have a problem. So I would actually even have supported Minister of Finance securing a big loan, what we call a big push Marshall Plan, for all those companies in Uganda which are capable in participating in big business, whether in oil and gas, whether in export, and that would be the loan we would want to support. And we understand that by the end of the day, Uganda has built capacity and don't even have these challenges we're having of our cows are still moving with heads, our maize is still moving in raw form. So value addition, beneficiation really comes with the aspect of government deliberate industrial policy to invest. And that's why UDB is different from a commercial bank. UDB is a long-term financing to avoid a mismatch between long-term gestation projects from borrowing from short-term sources. And that's what is making is lethal and is killing a lot of private sector. You borrow big term, you go, agriculture will pay you after 10, 12 years, but you're borrowing from a commercial bank, which should be lending to somebody downtown in Chikubo who offloads the container every week. So we are the ones responsible for killing the private sector, which is struggling so much. So I would really want that we think seriously of long-term financing, and UDB is the way to go, but this change money you are disturbing Parliament to approve does not make sense. That Honourable Speaker, allow me lay on table the interministerial multi-sectoral matrix for monitoring Parliament to monitor the first oil production. This was envisaged 4 years ago. It's about to happen, and it shows the ministries, the agencies and institutions, the MDAs, their mandates and responsibilities, the status in terms of the work they have to do. It even costs how much they are supposed to spend. And remember, this is a 3 to 4 years. So it's really a logical framework which everybody serious in the business would use in his business. I don't know why we think in the government business would not be mindful. And we would be now saying in the year one budget, how of NDP3, what have we put there? So I lay on table, I want to lay on table, Honourable Speaker, this commitment we got as an answer through you. You helped us, Honourable Lokeris, with PS Energy. The Lokeris laid it on table, but we have never got a chance to discuss it as Parliament. The FID was delayed. Now that's going to happen. Can we use this monitoring tool? I want to encourage the executive. I want to encourage Parliament to follow this so that Uganda's oil does not have too much cost, but we have the profit. Because that's the PSA agreement we have. It's a PSA, cost oil. Uganda will get money depending on how much we have expended, and we are only going to benefit from the profit. And the other benefit, largely... Please close. Yes, finally, Honourable Speaker, yesterday I was going to International Airport. It's almost ready. But we gave money for 18 square miles of industrial park. Why don't we get a loan, Honourable Bahati, and we have that industrial park working? It is empty land. We evicted people. Petitions came to Parliament. No road, no electricity, no water. So can we really think seriously if we are going to benefit from this money? Because we don't want to be a white elephant. We have already expended money. So we need...
Okay, honourable members, we think we've done quite a bit for today. We shall resume work on the 7th, Wednesday, because Easter Monday is a holiday and members will be traveling back on Tuesday. So how's that done to Wednesday next week? Thank you very much.